All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. We are live once again. It is Friday, the second trading week of ending out March. And we got a lot to talk about because the market is up right now. It's actually up a lot. We are very, very green. I don't know if we're going to hold this green, but it's really nice to see that we're green. Robinhood's up 5%. Nvidia's up 3%. Intel's up another 1% after closing 15% yesterday. Chipotle's up 3%. Google's up 1%. Broadcom's up 3%. SoFi's up 3%. Adobe's up 1%. S&P 500's up 1%. I mean, we are green right now in the pre-markets. I think there's a couple reasons for why we're green. Obviously, yesterday was just a disgusting day. We were down 10% in the S&P 500. Full-on correction territory. So a bit of a bounce probably is also what we're seeing right now. But we're going to see if it can last on a Friday. Typically Fridays are a little bit tough. You have options expiring, general market sell-off before the weekend. So let's see if we can hold it. But right now it's nice to see that we have some green. Yesterday was AIPCon. It was awesome. I think we'll start off with that segment and we'll talk a bit about AIPCon. And then we'll get into all the different market news that we have going on for today. But before I get into AIPCon, there were, I think, 10 different partnerships that were announced yesterday for Palantir. Literally 10 of them. There was another one announced this morning. It's like, it was so funny. We were complaining about no commercial partnerships for the past 2 months. January and February, they had like one press release, and that press release was like some random press release of some partnership in France. And then yesterday it was like, boom, 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 boom. Every hour, you got a new partnership. I was interviewing someone at like 4 p.m. yesterday. And as soon as I was done with the interview, which was an interview of a new customer, quite frankly, of Palantir, like past 6 months they joined, Arnie posted that Palantir partnered with Qualcomm. And I was like, what? When did they announce a partnership with Qualcomm? Qualcomm's a big company. That's not a small company in the semiconductor space. So, we'll talk more about the partnerships, but massive partnerships that we got all of yesterday. A lot of them being in the commercial sector, a lot of them being U.S. commercials, a couple of them international commercial. And so we're getting a lot more people that are getting excited for Palantir. Cool. So AIPCon. Well, it was, there's not enough words to describe the emotions. Obviously, incredibly blessed and humbled to be a part of it. I think you guys saw AIPCon, the halftime show, so that was pretty cool. A lot of you guys, I know, commented on my my Jensen jacket. I needed an outfit, and I got the outfit yesterday. Like, I went to Macy's yesterday, and I got that jacket. I wasn't even thinking of Jensen Huang or anything. I was just thinking of like I don't know. I just need like a cool thing to wear on top of my white shirt, the same white shirt that I'm wearing right now. And so I was like, okay, let me just get this jacket. Garcia said, NVIDIA CEO is at AIPCon. That was Jack and Natalie I was on the panel with. I didn't realize, I swear on my life, I did not realize when I bought the jacket that the comparison would be to like the most famous guy in the world who wears a black leather jacket, Jensen. I just kind of just needed something to put over the white shirt because I wasn't going to wear a blazer. It's not really the type of event you wear. It's like a formal event, but it's not that formal. And then I realized, oh shit, it's a black leather jacket. Of course, everyone's going to make the comparison. So then I made the comparison. Well, actually, I'm this guy. Dude, this is how I know AI was helpful. I went to Grok because I couldn't find out what movie this was. I thought it was West Side Story. It ended up, obviously, it was Grease. And I was like, Grok, what's the name of the movie with the guy with the hair with the black leather jacket? And Grok was like, are you talking about Grease, you dumbass? I was like, oh yeah, Grease. That's the one. So thank you. So yeah, this is the I think I watched the movie like 15 years ago, maybe. I don't remember anything about it, but that's the that's the comparison I was going for. So, and then of course, this is Chad. This is my quant. This has meme potential, bro. This has meme potential. There's something here. I think this has meme potential. This is my quant. But yeah, it was awesome, dude. Halftime show was great. I think you guys enjoyed it. We got to talk to a bunch of customers. I got to talk to a ton of customers exclusively. I talked to Archer. We got an interview coming with them. I talked to Redcat. We got an interview coming with them. I talked to Databricks. We got an interview coming with them because Palantir partnered with Databricks yesterday and a couple other companies. So we have like 7 to 8 different exclusive interviews coming out. I talked to Wendy's co-op supply chain. So they don't run Wendy's, but they run the supply chain to manage Wendy's. And on the interview, I pitched him to ban mayo officially from Wendy's. And he was open to it. I don't know if he's going to follow through on the idea, but I pitched it live. I was like, hey, I have an idea to make Wendy's even better. Just like get rid of Mayo completely. So we'll see if they follow through on that. But yeah, dude, it was fun. It was really, 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 really fun. It was exciting. The energy at the event was incredible. Every time this is my third time going to these events. And I mean, the set right here, I don't know. Well, if you guys watched the show, you saw the set, but this is a picture from the event itself. I mean, this set was just, they went above and beyond. We usually do the halftime show, not on the stage. This time they did it on the stage. And you can see right there's like 6 screens behind us. There's this big moving screen with all these different, all the stuff on there is products from AIP. And Jack, that guy in the middle, actually designed the entire set because he works heavily in the product suite. And it was just an amazing, amazing event. Like it was just incredible. The speakers were awesome. The presentations were awesome. Some of those clips have so much value in terms of how those companies are using Foundry and AIP. And it was just one of those things where it was very, very cool to be a part of the show and be part of this experience again. And then, yeah, I got to talk to Karp as well. So I got to talk to Karp 2 separate times. The first time was when he was doing one of the interviews for the big networks. I don't think it was Fox Business. I think he was doing another one in the morning. And I was, there's like this theater that Palantir has this entire AIPCon at. So there's like the office and then there's like a theater. They're separated. And so I randomly showed up there 20 minutes before I was supposed to, before I was supposed to show up, and I didn't know Karp was going to be there, but he was doing the interview. So I was just like kind of watching him do it. And then after he was done with the interview, he came up to me. We started talking a little bit, and then we went for a little bit of a walk around the area. And he tends to do this. If you know Karp, he walks with people a lot. Like if you're in his, if you're around him and he wants to talk to you, he's like, let's go for a walk. Like Chad has told me this so many times. He's a big walking type of guy. So we went for a walk. We started talking about a bunch of things, and it was really cool just to pick his brain. He actually wanted to ask me a couple questions as well to kind of pick my brain on some different issues. Some of that stuff is off the record, so I can't really say exactly what we talked about in that one. I'll say what we talked about in the next time I met him. But there were some things that he was just really curious about, and this is what Chad and Ileana have told me as well, that he will genuinely want to pick someone's brain and ask them a question. And it was the most random question ever, dude. Like I didn't expect him to ask me that type of question, but he asked me that question. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, this is my opinion on this. And he's curious about people's opinions and he wants to know kind of what people think. So we were walking around, and then he had a little bit of a cough in the morning as well when we were walking. So he had to kind of like get himself together before he did the keynote. He crushed the keynote. Keynote was absolutely crazy. I mean, like he went on this, he's on this new thing where it's like they said we couldn't talk about this, and you guys know he said like 15 different things that they said that he said we couldn't talk about, and all the things were the things that Palantir ended up talking about and being right on. So he is definitely taking some victory laps in terms of the things that Palantir got right, and they're putting up the growth to justify it, right? So I think it's well deserved to be able to make those arguments. So we went on a walk for a little bit. And then I got ready to go and get ready for the conference. He got ready to go do his keynote thing, and he had to get changed and get a fancy blazer on and all that stuff. And so then we have the conference, we have the presentations. I do my halftime show. He does his keynote, all this stuff. And then we go back to the actual office, like the place where Palantir is hosting everything, the atrium. And we have lunch. So I have some lunch. I get myself ready for my dude, they basically gave me a podcast studio. So after lunch, they gave me this place that I had full access to, and I was there for like 6 hours, and I just got to be able to talk. This is Sasha. She is the person who came up with AIPCon, essentially. She's run 6 of them. But in this room, you guys don't see the full thing. That's the backdrop. And then there's a camera, mics, and like 2 chairs and all that stuff. And so I got to be there for literally not 6 hours, probably 4 or 5 hours. This is one of the guys I interviewed as well, Dwayne Massey. And I got to interview a bunch of clients, and a lot of those clients just had amazing things to say. So I got to really do what I do best, which is make content after the presentations by going in depth with the customers. And I got a really like sick space just to do it. So now in the future, on the next edition of AIPCons, we kind of have a better system of how to do more of these interviews, which is really good, because every time Sasha's goal has been to like make it better every single time. That's how she came up with the idea for the halftime show a couple of AIPCons ago. She was like, hey, how do we make this more engaging, more better, make it more exciting for everybody? And so I think every single time they've just stepped it up and up and up. And I genuinely didn't have a critique for this AIPCon. For the previous AIPCons, I was like, okay, this could have been better. This could have been better. But like, I really don't know which part of AIPCon could have been that much better because it was really good. It was just a phenomenal show. So I think on the next one, they're probably going to have to innovate even better to make it more exciting. But it was really, really cool. And I got a lot of interviews. So then after the interviews, I went back outside and I was just sipping my vanilla latte that they had this like AI coffee machine thing. And Karp randomly came up to me again. He was there and he was like, hey, come outside. And I didn't know what was happening outside. And that's when this video happened that you guys probably saw this yesterday on Twitter or on YouTube, because I posted it on YouTube as well. And apparently with Sail Drone, they just launched a partnership. And so he didn't tell me to record the video or anything. He just said, hey, come outside and come look at what we're doing. And so I took my camera out as a content creator and I started recording. And then this happened yesterday.
We should say something to him because he reps millions of personal investors, and they really show up for Palantir.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
How you doing? Yeah, anything about this partnership? What does it mean to you?
This is fantastic. Transformation of Sail Drone. We're a small company growing organically. This will implement the systems that we need to grow at scale going forward.
Okay, and Dr. Karp, what do you think about this partnership?
I love it. They have skin in the game, like everyone who does anything important, and super enthusiastic. In general, enthusiastic to all your viewers about we are crushing it in the U.S. We're unfortunately showing no mercy. What can we do?
I love it.
He's Australian. I love Australia. Yeah, makes a difference. Yeah.
That's great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I love that he said he's Australian, and I love Australians because you guys know I love the Australian accent as well. So yeah, it was just a small thing. They were doing a signing right here. This is what it actually looked like. So they were doing a signing outside. I didn't even know they were doing this like public signing thing but it wasn't really that formal. It was just like, just sign it, take a couple pictures here and there. So I happened to be there and I recorded that. And yeah, it was pretty cool. It was really, really cool. So now after this, then Karp said, let's go for a walk again, because he really likes going for walks. And then we went for a walk and we ended up inside of one of their offices where they were having a bunch of different demo sessions. And this, I can actually talk about what we talked about on this walk, because this was not really off the record and it really wasn't anything that crazy. He basically was asking me. So first of all, this picture, someone sent me this picture. One of the Palantir employees just randomly saw us going for a walk and took this picture. I'm just so happy they captured the moment, because like I'm really grateful for it. But I didn't know they were taking a picture. And this was just us in the middle of the room after we went on the walk, and we were just talking for a bit here. This is cool. This is a cool moment. This is really cool. But what we were talking about here, he was just like, hey, how can we be better? He was just like, hey, what are we doing that's good? What are we doing that's bad? He really wanted a lot of feedback on like what's going on with retail. How do they think about the company? Are they upset at us? Do they like us? Like, just, what's going on? What's the pulse of retail currently right now? And I'll tell you guys exactly what I told him. I said, hey, some people are kind of upset that the stock fell from 125 to 80, but a lot of the OGs that have been here since $6, like they are used to the volatility. They've been through massive amounts of volatility. And they also knew that 125, things got extended and just like the entire market got extended, which is some of the volatility that we're seeing right now. And his response was like, yeah, things go up and down. It was kind of like, it was kind of the idea that like, if you believe in it over the long term, which I think in his Fox Business interview yesterday, he said that people will be very surprised with kind of what is happening with growth. He talked about Doge yesterday. It was really interesting because the Fox Business host was like, hey, so what is Doge? Like, people are saying Doge is bad for business. And Karp smirked. And it was the best smirk ever. And at the end, he was like, well, I think Doge might be good for us. And you take what you want from that. My takeaway from that, based on watching that interview, is I think Doge is going to be good for them. We'll see if it results in a contract or not. But yeah, I mean, his answer to that was, yeah, the stock goes up and down. But at the end of the day, he's just so grateful that everyone believes and continues to believe in the mission that they have. So that was really cool. We also talked about the ontology. So like this caption here wasn't a fake caption. When I was like, yeah, man, it was like, well, it was always the ontology. That was actually what he said. It was the most casual thing about like, well, I told you guys it was about the ontology. I was like, you were right. And we were talking about that Satya Nadella clip about the the LLMs are commoditized. If you guys saw that on Sunday, Nadella had some interview. He was like, yeah, these LLMs are probably going to be commoditized. And Karp was like, yeah, we kind of said that 2.5 years ago. And I was like, yep, you were right. You were completely right. So it was really cool, dude. It was really cool. I think the relationship with Karp that I have is starting to develop, and there's a mutual level of admiration there. And that admiration from my side is obviously that he has built one of the most exciting companies of all time. And I did tell him this. I finally got to tell him this because I think this is the 5th time I met him, and I never really had a chance to like actually just walk and talk. Let me say that this was the most natural conversation I've had with Karp. Because if you've ever met Karp before, or you kind of know how Karp is, he is constantly moving in 17 different directions. I think there's a funny story I told you guys a while ago when Arnie and I met him at the first AIPCon we went to. He came up to us. He asked us a question. Again, he asks a lot of questions. And for 30 seconds, Arnie started answering the question, and then he just went away. Like, he was just gone. It was like poof, gone. And then 5 minutes later, he came back randomly, and he started answering the question that he asked us, and then told us why he asked us the question. Because he's like, his mind is running 100 miles an hour. This is the type of CEO that he is. B, he's getting pulled in 17 different directions from all these different people that need him for a bunch of different things. And C, he's a busy CEO, right? He's got something to do upstairs, something to go downstairs. He's got to go sign this thing. He's got to go talk to that person. And so, getting even 5 to 10 minutes to just walk and talk with him is not that easy. But I got to do it twice yesterday, and I was really happy about that because it seems like he wanted to talk. It seems like he actually, as soon as he saw me, it seems like he wanted to pick my mind about something, but he also wanted to get a sense of what was going on with retail. And obviously I have a lot of admiration for Karp and what he's done, but I think he's starting to have admiration as well for the retail community and me being a bit of a vessel for the retail community. And so it was just really cool to get to talk with him. I finally got to tell him at the end of our conversation, thank you. Because the one thing I never got to tell him is like the reason I have this platform and the reason I've been able to evolve and the reason I've been able to speak about other different topics and like become a full-on media brand is because Palantir was the first thing that I talked about years ago that gave me a base, that gave people an entry into the world of who is Amit. And because you as a CEO executed and built this company to be the way it is, I have the ability to have an audience because this journey of Palantir and covering the company, particularly from the very lows now to the 10x level of highs, has been incredible, right? It's been absolutely incredible, and it's something that has fundamentally changed my life. Like I can't even put into words how much it changed my life. It would be any word I would say or string of words would be an elementary level of explanation for how much it has changed my life. And so I got to tell him that, and his response was like, "Keep crushing it, and we'll keep crushing it for you." And it was just special to get a chance to just say and talk to him for a bit. So I think our relationship now is just one where I think he really respects what I've done in terms of becoming someone who understands how to communicate stories to the world. Because it is a bit of an art in terms of how do you make content that people actually want to consume? How do you package? I mean, I put a lot of work not only into my videos but my tweets. Right, when Palantir launches a new partnership, how do you structure the tweet? How do you put the right emoji in the right place? How do you make sure that the story is being told? How do you have the right picture? Like, there's all these different nuances to it that some people may think is silly, but it really goes a long way in terms of building a brand, building an audience, and working with the algorithm, which is necessary for distribution. All that stuff. I think he started to appreciate that a lot more. And quite frankly, I think, and this is my own analysis right here, the company is worth more than 200 billion, right? I think Karp is recognizing that they spent 20 years to get to this market cap and to be at the level that they're at right now. But to sustain it, it takes a village, right? Like to sustain this level of market cap, to sustain this level of energy, to sustain their culture, to expand that multiple one day, right? Like Palantir finally got a multiple after 20 years, after not having a multiple. Now they have a hell of a multiple, given where the market has taken them. But to sustain that, you've got to have an army of supporters who actually believe in you, right? And otherwise you end up like GameStop, where it's like, yeah, they got a crazy multiple, but then GameStop faded away into irrelevancy because there's nothing real there. There's not a real company. B, there's no people that actually care about telling the GameStop story, because there is no story. Whereas Palantir, it's the greatest story the world still doesn't know about. And so I think Karp has just started to have a greater appreciation for the people that are telling the story. And he wants to, be in contact with them and communicate with them. And I think that's why we got to talk yesterday. which was just super, super cool. So yeah, dude, it was awesome. It was really, really awesome. I think of myself as a vessel for retail. So hopefully you guys got to enjoy it through the screen as much as I got to enjoy it in person. I mean, like, I know a lot of people messaged me and they said, dude, I wish I would just get to like, you know, randomly talk with Karp and take a walk with him and just have a discussion. And I get it, dude. I get the privileged position that I'm in. I get that it's happening. I get like, sometimes it feels surreal in the moment, but like, then you're just in the moment and you're living it and you kind of just go with it. And you remember that, you know, if there's a reason they want to talk to you, then you take advantage of that moment and you talk to them and you try to be as helpful as you can. And it wasn't just Karp. I got to talk to a lot of other people at AIPCon. I got to talk to freaking Ted Mabry, the head of commercial, Akshay, one of the lead AIP product guys. I got to talk to a bunch of people on the PR team. Lisa Gordon, she's an absolute treasure at Palantir. She is one of the people that has been at Palantir, I think at this point for like maybe 15, 16 years. She's the head of PR. And I was giving her a hard time because I was like, wait a second, you know, you're the head of PR. For the past 2 months, everyone's been messaging me saying, hey, I don't have any, where's Palantir's press releases? Like, there are no press releases. What's going on? And she was laughing so much. And she was like, we had to like, this was our strategy. Like, we didn't want to show anything January, February, and then March, we just wanted to fucking go crazy. Like, they've literally released 15 press releases. Not literally them, but their customers have, and which is basically a Palantir partner, even if it's not on their website. But 15 new press releases and company customer announcements. 6 Warp Speed cohort customers were announced yesterday by Palantir. So it's like their plan was just like before AIPCon to just unleash this massive string of press releases. And so I was like, well, thank you for doing this. But the first 2 months of January, February, I had no content. Like, you didn't give me any deals to talk about. And she was, and a couple of her assistants were on the PR team. They were just like, we were telling Lisa to put it out, but she had this master strategy. And I was like, it was actually I kind of like just like bombarding people with companies because it feels like the momentum's just like crazy, which it is. I mean, it's Q1. And I think they've closed a lot more than 30 customers, bro. From what it looks like in the press releases, it seems like it's going to be a massive Q1. Will the market respond to it, given all this volatility we're seeing with Trump? Who knows? At this point, if Palantir does dip, I say this every time I get after AIPCon, but like, I'm just so grateful to be part of the company. And it's like, if we do get a massive dip, I want more shares. Because when you actually sit with the employees, when you get to talk to someone like Karp, when you get to talk to a lot of the other C-suites, you just realize this company's fucking different. It's special. We all know it's different. We all know it's special. We've said it many, many times, but sometimes when you get slapped in the face and realize how special it is, you remember that this is one of those companies you just never want to sell. You just want to hold on to it forever, you know, and people can take profits here and there. That's fine. But like one of those things where it's like 10 years from now, I want to have a very, very big Palantir position, no matter what happens. And if there's dips along the way, which there probably will be, then hopefully we can take advantage of it. So yeah, overall, it was awesome. It was great. I'm very, very grateful and blessed and humbled to be in this opportunity. Part of the reason they want me here is because I have the audience that I can distribute the message to, which is you guys. So you guys are a big, big reason that I'm even able to come to these events and have the conversations that I have and get these interviews and get this backstage content and behind the scenes, because they know that I'm someone who is a big part of this retail community, and they know that if they give me the access, I can give you guys the access. So it's a really good working relationship. And again, they really make me feel like family every time I come out here, dude. I never feel like an outsider. I never feel like that guy that's just here to like make videos. I like all the employees, the management team, like they all make me feel like I'm family, even though I don't work at the company and I've never worked at the company. So it's one of those things where it's just really special. It's really, 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 really special. And yeah, I think AIPCon will have, I think there's going to be a lot more that happens at AIPCon. There's going to be probably AIPCon 7 and 8 this year because they do 3 a year. So it's only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And like, you know, Dreamforce, AWS conference, Microsoft conferences, all these conferences spent 20, 30 years becoming the conferences they are. Now Dreamforce for Salesforce, they have like 50,000 people that come in attendance. I think that could happen one day for Palantir. Like you could have 50,000 people and Karp speaking on a stage in front of all like that. That could happen in the next decade. But these are the early days of building it up, and it's super special to be part of these early moments as well. So yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. I will have all the behind the scenes information coming out soon. The Archer podcast was awesome. I got to talk to those guys. We're going to have a lot more content coming out soon in terms of these different companies that I talked to. Also, the interviews aren't interviews that are just kind of like press release interviews. Like I really asked the people in these interviews, like how are you using Palantir and why are you using Palantir? And the responses I got, especially from Wendy's and some of these other guys, they were crazy, bro. This is Adam Goldstein, the CEO of Archer, that I got to talk to. This is what the room looks like. This is a good sense of what the room looked like. So it was my camera, my 2 mics, and getting to interview these executives. But they really, really are utilizing Palantir in a way that, honestly, for the first time in a while, it even clicked for me. And maybe it's because these customers are just better at explaining their story. But like, I think when you guys see these interviews, you're going to realize why they're paying Palantir millions and millions of dollars. Like, there's a reason. And the reason is it's making them better. And they're happy to pay all this money because they really want to work with Palantir. And so the excitement from them to share their story, it wasn't like kind of corporate, like, yeah, we want to work with Palantir. It was like, no. If we don't work with Palantir, we're fucked. That was kind of the energy that I got. And so as a result of that, I think it was pretty cool. What do you think about Archer now after speaking with the CEO? Look, I like the CEO. I don't have the stock yet. Maybe I'll learn more about the company. I thought the CEO was awesome. I thought the interview was awesome. So I will dive deeper into the stock. I still don't own the stock, but I do think there's potential there. They're trying to solve a really big problem. And if they can solve it, and now that they have Palantir on their team to help them try to solve it, I think there's a lot of room for them to grow. But the fundamental problem is in a time where speculation is being de-risked, Archer's speculative, right? They don't have any earnings yet. And so if you're buying them for future earnings, and you're betting that they will solve this problem. It's just in the short term, they might get hit because they don't have the earnings to justify it. But long term, I do think they have a lot of potential. All right, so getting into the markets, we got 15 minutes until the market opens. Palantir is up 3%, Tesla's up 2%, the S&P is up 1%, Google's up 1%, UiPath's up 2%, Nvidia's up 2%. Here's my question for everybody here. I know I missed the market close yesterday, and a lot of stuff happened on the market close. Trump said some stuff about Greenland. Trump said some more stuff about tariffs. Gold hit freaking $3,000 an ounce for the first time ever. The S&P 500 fell 10% yesterday, or not literally yesterday, but it entered that 10% correction territory, which is why this bounce is happening. It's like, this bounce to me is pretty normal, because like when you fall 10%, hopefully the only place you have to go is up the next day. But my question to everyone is do you trust this? Do you bounce? Do you trust this bounce? Let's put this in the chat. Do you trust this bounce? I really want to, guys, but I still don't. I still don't really trust the bounce. I don't think any of the major volatility that we've talked about, the catalyst for the volatility, has left. I feel like it's, if anything, it's exacerbated with Lutnick and Trump and JD Vance doubling, and Scott Bessent yesterday that we saw doubling down on their statements around tariffs and quote unquote taking a long-term view and looking to stocks. Like, that's not bullish when the White House officials say, well, if you look at the long-term, stocks outperform. It's like, that's the truth, but like in the short term, that means there's some pain that we might have to deal with. So I think the green we're getting right now is a result of nothing other than yesterday was a very ugly day across the board. I don't really look at the market much, but by the end of the day, I think it was like 7 p.m. I looked at the market and I was like, what the heck? I was like, S&P's down another 1.4%, like down 10% from the highs. Robinhood's almost at 35. Like, it was an aggressive day. And the Dow dropped 500 points. The NASDAQ dropped 370 points. Like, I just didn't fully feel that there would be this big rebound today. And we'll see in 13 minutes if it holds. But we are getting at least some reprieve in the pre-markets here right now. And so I guess we're going to see if it continues to last later in the coming days. In terms of data, so let's take a look at the 10-year real quick. Now, again, yesterday's CPI and PPI were really good, but this damn 10-year is not going down, which is not good, dude. It's signaling. I don't think we're going to have stagflation, but the 10-year is acting like we're going to have stagflation, whereas it doesn't think if growth slows down dramatically, which I still think is up in the air. Lutnick yesterday was like, oh no, the Atlanta Fed GDP projections are stupid. But then their own internal GDP projections are not that exciting. It's not like it's massively above 3%. Maybe it's not negative, but it's not like growth is projected to be massive for Q1. Inflation, I think, is starting to come down based on what I'm looking at Trueflation, and obviously CPI and PPI were good. Trueflation is actually up today. Wow, it was at 1.37, now it's at 1.5. But we don't have the Fed on board with inflation that's well below 2.5, which is what I think they need to see. And so I think the 10-year is afraid that growth is slowing down. Even if it's not going negative GDP, it's at least slowing down. And inflation's not slowing down fast enough with growth. Therefore, we're entering into a little bit of a period of stagnation, even if not stagflation. And that's why the market is upset. Yardeni says he can't rule out a bear market. Well, that's the other thing. Yardeni came out and he slashed his $7,100 price target. And I saw that yesterday and I was like, interesting. Yardeni been one of the biggest bulls. He was a massive bull in 2020 when the market was getting hit from COVID, and then he stayed bullish in 2022. And then last year before the very end of the year, he came out with 7,000 or 7,100, one of those on the S&P. He's now down at 6,400. Now he's not cutting earnings growth. He's cutting the multiple from 22 times forward S&P to 20 times forward S&P, which is why he's getting 6,400. Which is probably a more reasonable multiple. 22 times is, a bit extended. So 6,400 makes sense. But the reason he's cutting the multiple is because of the sentiment around equities, not because of their earnings growth declining enough to say, hey, we need to take down the multiple. My fear is that if earnings growth starts to decline, which we've seen really no evidence of yet in the big tech companies. We've seen it in United and Delta and JetBlue that are starting to lower their guidance. And so we'll see what ends up happening in Q1 when they officially report earnings in probably 5 weeks. But like Google hasn't lowered guidance. Neither has NVIDIA. Neither has Palantir. If anything, those companies have raised guidance. They've reaccelerated their growth rates. So if those companies come out, Meta, by the way, got below 600. Yeah, Meta was like 580. Now it's at 602 right now. If those companies come out and start lowering earnings growth, then I think we might have an issue, because then that multiple might have to go from 22 to 20 to maybe 18, maybe 17. And that's where you get an S&P 500 that ends the year out really around this range, 5,500, maybe a little bit higher than that. But if we don't get an expanded multiple because of expanded earnings growth, we're not going to hit 6,000 by the end of the year. I still believe so my personal target, I don't really have an actual target, but I would agree with a string of analysts that I looked at the end of 2024, which is around 6,500. That's what I thought was reasonable. 64 to 6,500. I don't think we're getting close to 7,000, 68, 6,700, but I also think we're not staying at 61, 62. So my personal target is 64, 6,500. I don't think that's crazy to imagine, especially if earnings growth keeps up the way it is and you give us a little bit of an expansion of the multiple. But now, I don't know, dude. Now we're in this really choppy time, and I think we got to get some deals done around tariffs to be able to get rid of this volatility, and maybe sentiment will change. I do think sentiment is pretty shit right now. We have been in fear and greed, in extreme fear, for the past 25 days. Like, Adobe lowered guidance as well. Yeah. And like at some point, we got to get out of that fear and greed. And I think the only way to get out of that fear and greed meaningfully is for people to start getting a little greedy, because right now they are staying extremely fearful for good reason. But then again, there's always some type of good reason to be afraid. That is the time to buy. And there's so many names that I feel like are on discount, but I just can't trust that like buying them right here will not be a bad entry price if you're concerned at least about short-term action. Long-term, do I think Robinhood, Google, NVIDIA will do fine? Yeah. But if you're worried about the next 3 months, just making sure you're not buying Robinhood at 35 after it might go to 25, then it's a little scary to buy at these levels, because you just don't know. You really just don't know kind of how it's going to play out. So look, I do think it's time to take some nibbles in the market. I don't think it's time to be like full on cash and just like be on the sidelines. I think nibbling is not a bad thing, because if any reversal happens, which again, from these levels, you would imagine some reversal happens, you'll probably be upset you didn't at least nibble. Like NVIDIA got to what, 104 at one point, 102. Yeah, 104.4. I mean, I don't know how many people bought at those levels, but if you bought from 104 to 110, I don't think you hate yourself. Now, maybe NVIDIA goes below 100, sure. But like, do you really hate yourself buying from 104 to 110? Maybe you don't want to buy now at 118 because that's a little bit up from 104 and you think it might fall back down to 110 or something. Maybe you want to be a little hesitant there, but I don't think anyone's going to regret buying at 104, even if we go below 104 again, right? Because that's just something you're like, you live with that, and you live with the fact that you can't time a bottom perfectly. But there were some prices over the past couple of days that have got stupid. And the question is, how stupid do they get, or do they eventually get a rebound here to the upside? Grab's at 430. Yeah, Grab getting some love. Again, Grab is stupid at 430. Grab should be 550 right now. Based on the models I've done, like this thing should not be below $5. But although the Dixie is going down, which is great for Grab, the problem is the tariff volatility and how Trump is flip-flopping every other day is leading the algorithms to not know what the hell they're doing. And so they're selling off Grab and they're buying gold. Like, I mean, who would have thought, bro? Gold at 3,000. Right now it's at 29.94. But like, this is like, is this not the biggest fear and greed indicator ever, that people are leaving equities? They're even leaving bonds to buy gold. That's how scared they are about what's going on in the world. I mean, it is just insane that this is the type of market momentum and action that we're seeing. And people are going back to the one thing they think can't be messed with, which is gold. And I think that shows you how unbelievably afraid the current state of the markets are right now. And I guess we're going to have to see how scared they continue to be in. Let's get an update from Goldman Sachs. So the Goldman Sachs CEO just put out a letter this morning. Let's see if he talked about anything in volatility. And then we got the market open in about 5 minutes.
CEO David Solomon out with his annual letter. Leslie Picker joins us right now. She's got more on that letter. Good morning, Leslie.
Hey, Becky, good morning. Yeah, he's calling the current environment, quote, complex, and saying that clients are acting cautiously until they have more clarity on policy. He said, quote, global growth has been hampered by inflation and escalation in potential tariffs and the toll of geographical tensions and prolonged conflicts across multiple regions. Solomon described the direction of various policy items in the U.S. to be, quote, unclear, noting the, quote, discussion around tariffs in particular may weigh on corporate sentiment.
Oops, my bad. I was closing out another tab. I closed out that tab. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull that back up. Okay, let me pull that here.
On policy, he said, quote, global growth has been hampered by inflation and escalation in potential tariffs and the toll of geographical tensions and prolonged conflicts across multiple regions. Solomon described the direction of various policy items in the U.S. to be, quote, unclear, noting the, quote, discussion around tariffs in particular may weigh on corporate sentiment and the impact on the bottom lines could be significant. He said, quote, many CEOs I engage with are evaluating the potential impact on their top and bottom lines. And as a result, we are seeing some of our corporate clients act more cautiously until they have more clarity. However, he says that there has also been a meaningful shift in CEO sentiment, given the expected change in the regulatory environment. He writes, quote, the appetite for deal making has increased, and that could spur further capital markets activity in 2025. Shares of Goldman down more than 8% this year, in part on concerns that this recent bout of uncertainty that he describes could hamper the potential revival in deals and loan making. So he sees some positives there on the regulatory front as it pertains to the capital markets, but also the uncertainty, which is impacting some clients in the near term.
This is pretty much what every one of these big guys are saying. Larry Fink, Jamie Dimon, all of them are saying that we feel there is uncertainty in the capital markets caused by tariffs and by inflation. So they're not just blaming tariffs, but they're also blaming the inflation issue. But they still feel optimistic for the broader outlook globally if we can resolve, in particular for Jamie Dimon, the geopolitical concerns. I mean, his biggest threat has been a war, and Russia, Ukraine has been on his mind a lot. So that's his biggest argument around what's going on politically. Now, one thing that some of these big guys are saying as well is that it's very hard for M&A and IPOs to return in a market that is as volatile as we have right now. Like Discord, Stripe, Klarna, Anduril, these companies are not going to be that excited to go public if they know as soon as they enter into the public markets, every other day, their stock price, which is the net worth for many of their early employees, so you take it very seriously, is going to fluctuate at the levels that we're seeing in the public markets. At least in the private markets, when you have a $28 billion valuation, that's it. It's set. You have a $28 billion valuation, which is, I think, the current valuation of Anduril. But in the public markets, that $28 billion could go to 13 if you get the shorts that get involved, and you have manipulation, you have algorithms that it just becomes a mess, right? So from that perspective, I do think that the big argument for financials this year was that they were going to have all this M&A and IPO activity. They're not seeing a lot of that. I mean, there hasn't been any high profile M&As or IPOs. Discord, I think, is the one that wants to go public soon, but I don't know if Discord will actually get a chance to go public in the next coming months. I mean, look at XLF. This is the financial sector ETF. It's down 2% for the year. This was the year where everyone felt financials was going to outperform. And it was, in early February along with tech. And now it's down for the year. So I think maybe it rebounds with tech. But financials was supposed to be the easy bet this year. Like you didn't have to do that much due diligence to know that in a deregulatory environment with more M&A and IPO after 2 years of basically having zero M&A and IPO because of the Biden administration's hostile stance towards M&A, et cetera, that you would get the banks, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, really benefiting from it. And that the opposite has happened. So every theme that we thought would be a winning theme this year so far has not played out. It's not been tech. It's not been financials. Definitely not been small caps. It's not been the semiconductor space, right? Like it's been Ulta Beauty, which is up 8% because they had a good earnings. It's been the makeup recession. But outside of that, everyone is wondering when the hell is tech, financials, et cetera, actually going to come back. All right, 9:30 Friday. Happy Pi Day to everybody, March 14th. Thank you all for being here. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Palantir is up 3.65% on the day. We've got Palantir getting some green. We've got Grab up 2.23%, 435. S&P 500 is up about 1%. Meta at 602, up from 585 yesterday, which was, at least for the week, hopefully a bottom on Meta, but we'll see if it retests those levels. S&P 500 again up 1%. Tesla, which is holding up really nicely. Tesla was at 253. Now it's at 246. I think it got to like 235 yesterday, back up to 246. I'm happy it's holding these 240 levels after going to 215 on Monday. So at least we're getting a reversal there. Google at 163, Chipotle at 49, Venture Global's at 1033. That's up another 6.7% on the day. Path is at 1020. They had a nasty 20% decline after their earnings, getting a little bit of a rebound today. Nvidia 118.6, Intel 2384 after going up 15% yesterday. Robinhood up 3%, $37. Broadcom's at 196. Verizon is down on the day. Archer is up 4%. Adobe's up 0.5%. SoFi up 3%. They had that $5 billion loan platform deal with Blue Owl Capital. Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen. What's going on? Sorry. Which was a great thing for them. How did the share get unscreened? How did that happen? I don't even know how I did that. Sorry, guys. But yeah, so SoFi is up 3%. Netflix is up 1.4%. The Dow Jones is up 0.5%. United Airlines is up 1%. Nubank's up 3%. Walmart's down. Dollar General is down. Interesting. Dollar General got upgraded earlier this week to $90 from Bernstein. PayPal's up. Google's up, MicroStrategy's up 5%. Bitcoin almost back at 84. Almost back at 84. Interesting. Okay, so Bitcoin actually, it's interesting with gold at 3,000. I'm actually surprised Bitcoin's green right now. Is there a world where gold and Bitcoin go up together and Bitcoin kind of defies the conventional narrative, which is that when gold goes up, people get so scared that they sell off risk on assets like Bitcoin? Because right now they're both going up together, even though Bitcoin's down for the year, but still Bitcoin's not like collapsing. So at least that one's holding up. S&P 500 still up 1%. Grab up 1.4. Palantir 4.7. Palantir getting a nice string of green candles right there, trying to get up to 85. And honestly, I think Palantir's moving not just because of the macro. They literally announced 15 new customers yesterday. 15 new customers. I'm going to make a video over the weekend going over all the customers they announced, but tons of Warp Speed. Oh, I got to talk to the woman who runs Warp Speed at Palantir as well. And Warp Speed is like their American revitalization of manufacturing software. So it's kind of think of Foundry and AIP, but only for companies that build products in the United States. They're having a massive tailwind by all this America First stuff that Trump is preaching around manufacturing. So they announced 6 new customers just for Warp Speed yesterday, in addition to all the other different customers they announced. So I think maybe the street's realizing, okay, Q1's going to be good. And they're giving them a little bit of a bump right now as we open the market. NVIDIA's 50 cents away from 120. We have not seen 120 on this thing for a while. I think it's been at least 2 weeks since we hit 120. I'll check the resistance on that. About 30 cents away from 120. Micron's up 7%. I think all the semis are up, right? All the semis. Yeah, look at the semis, bro. Green. AMD's up 2%. SMCI's up 3%. Micron, that one's outperforming the semis. I don't know why it's up 7%, but that's up 7%. Dell's up 3%. Taiwan semis up 1%. Qualcomm's up 2%. Qualcomm was just announced as a partner with Palantir yesterday, which was awesome. Broadcom's up 3%. ASML's up 3%. NVIDIA, 20 cents away from 120. I mean, psychologically, that would be nice to see, but the question remains, Do you trust any of it? What did you guys say on the poll? You guys said no, you don't trust the bounce. Wow. All right. Well, I think a lot of people are tired of believing in the green in the morning and then being disappointed by the. I mean, yesterday was disappointing, dude. I wasn't staring at the market yesterday, but if I was staring at the market yesterday, I would be disappointed because yesterday we had some relief in the morning, and by that time, I think it was by the time lunchtime, I just took a peek at the market and I was like, everything was wiped out, but it wasn't just wiped out; it was down another 2% after being wiped out. And I'm like, oh, and then by the end of the day, it was down 3 to 4% on a lot of names. The S&P was down almost 2%. So yesterday was disgusting. It was really nasty. And I can tell why people are afraid of trusting any bit of green that they get. Robinhood right here at 37.35, Bitcoin 83, Coinbase 184, Marathon's up 5, MicroStrategy's up 6. All the crypto names getting some momentum as we go green. Mag 7, all of them are green. Apple, worst week in over 5 years. It's been a bad week for Apple. Got to 208 at one point yesterday. Right now it's 213. Microsoft at 382. Meta's at 602. Google's at 165. Amazon 197. Nvidia again very close to 120. Not there yet. And then Tesla trying to close in down 250 for the day. What about the quantums? Let's take a look at the quantum names. Those were running yesterday for a little bit in the morning. Where are my quantums? Let's go to the spec portfolio and see how those are doing. Quantum, wow, they're all green. Look at D-Wave, 21%. Did they have earnings today? That's a big one. Rigetti's up 12%. IONQ's up 9%. QUBT's up 16%. Soundhound's up 7%. Archer's up 5%. Big Bear's up 3%. It's like risk on across all the spec names. We got to see if that lasts, but at least 6 minutes into the market open, those are going green. D-Wave's up 70% this week. Holy crap. Trump says, I had very good productive discussions with President Vladimir Putin of Russia on Thursday. Okay, so the headline yesterday around Russia was that Putin is agreeing to the ceasefire on the condition that the ceasefire leads to actual peace. So maybe the markets are also liking that. And then Trump just tweeted 40 seconds ago. Maybe that's also why markets are going green. Very good discussion with Vladimir Putin, and there is good chance that this horrible bloody war can finally come to an end. But at this very moment, thousands of Ukrainian troops are completely surrounded by the Russian military and in a very bad and vulnerable position. I have strongly requested President Putin that their lives be spared. This would be a horrible massacre, not one seen since World War II. God bless them all. Well, if that ceasefire actually goes into place and it leads to a path for peace, that is a catalyst that obviously the markets would like, and that would be better than not. We're seeing some momentum across a lot of these names, maybe because of that. Oklo right here is up 10.46%. Putin did sound yesterday from the sound bites that I saw that he was ready for the ceasefire. So maybe this conversation with Trump is just a continuation of what he signaled to the media yesterday. He did have the conditions for the ceasefire, but if everyone agrees to it, at least for now, hopefully we get an end to an extent of what's going on in Ukraine. Snapchat right here is up 2%. Snapchat at 859. Disney's up 1%. ARK's up 3%. Yeah, if ARK's up 3%, you know the market's going a bit risk on. Nvidia's 120. Are we there? Did we get there? Wow, 120. Holy crap. All right. I know we've already hit 120 before, but we got to ring the bell for 120 after 2 weeks on Nvidia. All right, there we go. My average is 122. So we're getting close to break even, hopefully. Palantir, look at that candle, 7.5%, 85.74. All right, gut feeling in the chat. Do you trust this green or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? What is your gut feeling right now? How many people are we luring back to being bulls? And how many people are having their bearish spidey signal going off? Tesla back at 250. We were at 253, I think 2 days ago. Maybe yesterday we hit it. I think we were at 249 yesterday. Now we're right back to 250, 249 right here on Tesla. Palantir 85.16. UiPath's at 10.23. Nvidia 120.2. S&P 500 recovering what it lost yesterday. It lost 1.3%. Now it's up 1.1%. Another 4 or 5 points. We're going to be up the same exact amount that we were down yesterday. It took 8 hours to lose what we lost yesterday. It took 8 minutes literally today to gain all of that back. But is that a trap? Is that a freaking trap on a Friday? I see a lot more no's than yeses in the chat. I see a lot more. I see a hell no, nope, nope. I see a no with 7 O's. If I had my soundboard, I would play my soundboard with my no. I see a lot of no's, bro. You guys are some bears. You guys are bears. Goodness gracious. A lot of you guys are skeptical. Look, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I mean, this thing's got to last the whole day. It's only 9 minutes into the market open. So I don't trust it either. But when I saw Meta hit 585 yesterday, I didn't get a chance to buy it because I didn't even see it. I think like once I got home after everything, I saw Meta hit 585. I was like, damn, bro. Like, like I really, if I saw Meta at 585, I probably would have bought a share just for that. Because like Meta is one of those names I've always been waiting to get into, and it's just been running away. And I'm like, is it really going to the low 500s? I don't think the earnings growth is that bad. Like, I really think it would be it would just be one of those egregious things if it gets to the low 500s. I would have bought Meta at 585 yesterday. I would have bought one share. But I didn't see it get there, but it got there. And that let me know how bad yesterday was. That Meta actually got back below 600 meaningfully. And if Meta gets to 550, I'm a buyer. I'm going to buy a little bit of Meta at 550. But I don't know. Do we get back there? Is 585 just the beginning of some of the volatility that we're going to see, even if we're getting this bounce back to 600 today? Like, we're really going to have to see how that plays out. Tesla at 248, Palantir 85, NVIDIA just below 120. So NVIDIA just gave away 120. NVIDIA just gave away 120. I mean, it's basically at 120, 119.97 right now. But we got to hold that thing, dude. We got to hold 120. Or at least we got to hold 118 to 120. We break below that, and you're going to get a lot of people feeling this was a nice little pump and dump. Yeah, 10 a.m., 10:30, we're going to see as well. VIX down from 28 to 23, which is nice to see. Chuck Schumer said he and a bunch of different Democrats are going to vote yes on the freaking the budget bill. So that may be another thing that I forgot about that catalyst. Like, is it really a catalyst? I don't know if it's a catalyst, but it's a reason not for the markets to go down, even if it's not a reason for the markets to go up, which is that the $4.5 trillion budget plan will go into effect, and there won't be a government shutdown tonight because a bunch of Democrats are officially voting for it. Now, you might be asking yourself, why would Democrats give Trump that win? Well, they don't think of it as a win. Chuck Schumer, from what I read yesterday, his argument was everything is screwed up because of Trump, including the stock market and the economy. And so it's kind of weird, dude. He was like, we want to make sure the American people know that Trump is screwing up everything. And in order for that to happen, we need the economy to be open. He was like, we need the government to be funded so Trump can keep messing things up so people realize how much he's messing things up. But it would be really easy for Trump to blame us if we didn't vote on the spending bill. And because he deserves all the blame for everything, we're going to vote on this so that he can continue to run the economy into the ground. That was the argument that he said yesterday. So regardless of the state of American politics that we're in, at least government employees and so many other people that like depend on the government for Medicare and like a string of other services that are incredibly important, at least that won't be shut down. So that's the good news. Now, again, I don't know if that's enough news for markets to be happy, especially because I think it's only a 30-day extension. It's not like a massive extension, but yeah, we're going to need a lot more than that to get excitement to still be high. NVIDIA 119.4, S&P's up 1.16. Palantir holding 85, Tessie 245, Tessie down from 250, got rejected hard at 250, back to 245. Google at 163, UiPath at 1025, Intel 2374, still holding on to a little bit of the screen from yesterday. Yeah, dude, the spec names are going green as well. Yeah, all the spec names are holding up. D-Wave 25%. Did they have earnings today, or is this just like a technical thing? QUBTS. They got a price target upgrade to $10 from Roth MKM. B. Riley Securities upgraded them to $12. Wow. Those are some nice upgrades, dude. For a stock that was at like $4 a month ago. Those are some pretty good upgrades. Yeah. I mean, if you own this one, congrats. You're getting some green on this one. Oh, they had earnings 2 days ago. Okay. So I did not keep up with the results, but I think it's moving on the upgrades today. I think that's what they're, oh, they had earnings yesterday. Okay. Well, I guess the earnings were decent and the upgrades today also reflect that the earnings were good. Yeah, Quantum, baby. Quantum getting some love. Oh, we get Michigan sentiment data. Holy crap. I did not. Oh, that's going to be a big one. Michigan consumer sentiment is what the market really respects when it comes to understanding where the consumer is at. Okay, so we get that in 15 minutes. That's going to be an important one. The market is expecting 63.5. They want 63.5 on that Michigan consumer sentiment number. I think we're going to come in below that just because of all the different headlines we've seen around the consumer being like scared. However, I think it might be 62, 61, maybe 59 at the worst, which would be bad, but I don't think it's like horrendous. If we come in at like 50 or like 40 or something, then I think that's an issue. But I think we're going to be within 1 or 2%. And I think maybe markets have a red candle on that for a minute, but I don't think that's the biggest deal in the world. We would need to see a dramatic decline in consumer sentiment for the markets to be like, yeah, the consumer is going to stop spending aggressively. And I don't think we're seeing that yet. The S&P 500 officially recovered everything it lost yesterday. It is up 1.3%. We have officially recovered yesterday's losses within the first 15 minutes of today's market open. That's a nice V shape, at least for the day. I know it's only been 15 minutes. Look at that. 549 to 558. We were at 558 yesterday, went all the way down to 549 at about 115. And now we're right back to 558. So, yeah, that's a good little bounce if it can hold. We just got to see if it holds. NVIDIA, they have GTC today? No, isn't it next week on Friday? I don't think it's today. I'm pretty sure it's on, yeah, March 18th. March 18th. March 17th to the 21st. Yeah, it's not today. Next week. It's, I'll probably stream it on Monday if it's live, which I think it will be. So, yeah, that's starting next week. We'll see if Jensen can get this stock to come back up. Doug says I'm up 10% today, only 40% more to go to get back to Valentine's Day. All right, let's open up my portfolio. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see if there's a little bit of green momentum. By the way, I am still buying the Robinhood $95, $100 spread. I did have to sell some stock to pay my taxes. I got my tax bill officially 2 days ago. And so I'm paying that probably in like a week. So I did have to sell some shares to pay my taxes. But the good thing is that with selling of the shares, buying of the options, now that the options have gotten this cheap on the $9,500 spread, means it's more capital efficient and I get more leverage because like the spreads are really freaking cheap. Now that Robinhood fell 50% from 65 to 37, obviously the risk is greater because I'm asking Robinhood to basically 2.5x in 2 years to get to 100. Whereas when it was 65 and I started buying the spreads, I was asking it to like go up 70, 80% or something, right? To get to 100. So the spreads are cheaper than just buying the stock, but I still think $100 in 2 years is possible. Now, granted, if 2026 ends up being a bear market year, yeah, Robinhood's not going to get to $100. Like we really do need the market sentiment to be good, even though I think there's a ton of new products they're going to show off at that gold event, which I'll be going to in a couple of weeks. And I think there's a lot of different things people aren't expecting from Robinhood to be able to diversify the business. But if this whole tariff volatility nonsense lasts a couple months and then we go back to what we were doing over the past year and a half, which is just growth and less volatility based on macro stuff, I think Robinhood easily gets at least back to that $65 range, if not 70, 80. So I'm still buying that spread. It doesn't literally need to go to $100 for me to be profitable on it. It just needs to go up in a certain amount of time. And from that, we'll see if that ends up being a good decision. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not looking too bad across the portfolio. Robinhood right here, 37.66, still holding up. NVIDIA just below 120. Again, my average is 122 on 800 shares. I get a dividend on NVIDIA, apparently. Robinhood says April 2nd, I have an $8 dividend coming out. I get 1 cent a share for 800 shares. So, yeah, yeah, I didn't know I would get a dividend from NVIDIA. That dividend's going to be taxed at like 30% or whatever, but at least I get $8. So that's nice to see. And everything else is still green. Palantir holding up at 85, Robin at 37, SoFi 1180, and Rocket Lab at 1820 here right now. There's a 2x leverage Rocket Lab ETF, dude. These freaking ETF. What's the ticker on that? These ETFs, bro, they've been getting destroyed over the past month. However, now is when people are starting to buy them because they think we're bottoming. I don't know if we're bottoming. I still would be a little scared to get into. Like Robin, ROBN, if you've been in that, you've been destroyed. Like, you've just been destroyed because this thing went from 65 to 35. So this thing fell more than 50%. So, you know, some of these ETFs, NVDL, have been horrible. Like, a lot of them have just been hit pretty badly. But if we're at the bottom, selling puts on these, I don't sell puts on the leverage tickers, but I know some like TSLL, people are thinking Tesla's bottoming, which I think is risky, bro. Because if Q1 revenues suck, I don't know if we bottomed on Tesla. I know sentiment is probably bottoming, but like the actual stock, I feel like could seriously react to a decline in Q1 sales, and at least it could go back to the low 200s where it was at a couple days ago. So I think it's kind of scary to say, yep, Tesla's bottomed. I'm going leverage, TSLL, buying a ton of options on it, because you just don't know. You got to have a lot of balls to say, all right, it's officially bottomed. And it could. And I hope it has. But if it hasn't, then that could wipe out some people. S&P 500 now up more than what it was down yesterday. So we are officially not only getting back all the gains from yesterday, we are actually increasing the gains. We were down 1.3% today. We were up 1.43% on the day. HIMZ has a leverage ticker, HIMZ. Holy crap, I did not know that. HIMZ, that's a 2x leveraged HIMZ. That's up 5% because HIMZ is up 2% today. And then SoFi, SOFX, I knew about that one. That's up 7.3% because SoFi is up, 3%? SoFi is up 4.6%. Okay, so it looks like these leveraged ETFs, at least today, are doing very well. Jared Woodward, the head of global research at Bank of America, says Trump's plan is better than staying the course. I actually saw the Bank of America headline this morning. And it was very interesting what he said. Let me see if I can pull it up right here. Yeah, I was reading a little bit of that report, and it was a bullish report. And Bank of America has been pretty like bearish on just this whole Trump economy. They don't even think we're getting any cuts, or at least they didn't think we were getting any cuts. But they wrote a report today that says the strategy might not be horrible. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So this is what he said. So let me read this real quick. So one of the head analysts of macro at Bank of America says the global handoff from big government to the free market may prove slippery, but it seems necessary given large deficits and bloated debt burdens. Economic growth has been enabled by unsustainable government support and protectionist policies. It may take time for private sector job growth to accelerate, for government workers to resettle, for broad-based corporate profits to rise, and for global trade to find a new equilibrium. In our view, the likely productivity gains from a market-based economic reboot are greater than the risks. AKA, if we tank, it's good for the long term. That's basically what he's saying. And the risks from the unsustainable status quo of debt finance, tepid, and narrow economic growth are severe. You know, it brings up an argument. It brings up an argument that I think a lot of people have been thinking about for a while. And the argument is, and a lot of you guys might not like this argument. Some of you guys might agree with this argument, but nonetheless, it's what people have been saying. The argument goes as follows. The only reason 2023 and 2024 were bull markets, the only reason, again, a lot of people might not like this argument, but this is, I was reading a couple articles yesterday from the Wall Street Journal that were kind of making this point. It's not because of ChatGPT. It's not because of NVIDIA. It's not because of Palantir. It's not because of retail sentiment. It's because of government spending. The argument is the past 2 years only had back-to-back 20% gains in a world in which we haven't done that since the dot-com bubble because the government just kept fucking spending. And when you really look at the numbers, and there's some good articles out there going deeper into how much the government was spending. Everyone wants to talk about Biden was cooking the books or whatever. Even if you don't believe he was cooking the books, right? Let's assume the jobs numbers and stuff were real. The BLS surveys were real, all that stuff. Let's just assume that he did nothing that was like weird in regards to faking numbers. The one thing he did do, which no one can deny, is he spent a lot of money. Now, granted, you might have some advocates that say, well, we had a global pandemic and he had to spend that type of money. There's, this is why Jay Powell's in such a tough situation. I respect him so much because he had to manage an economy that printed $10 trillion in 18 months. How do you manage that from an inflation perspective? But the point is, the only reason we were that bullish is because so much liquidity entered into the system. And the argument that Bank of America is making today is, well, if we actually do get a fundamental economic reset and we solve the deficit problem, or solves too good of a word, we start to mitigate the $2.5 trillion deficit that we have right now, at least economic assets, prices on those assets, stocks, houses, crypto, it will reflect an environment that is more reasonable than an environment that has artificially been pumped up by massive amounts of government spending. And not just government stimulus, not just handing checks to people, but just like pure government spending. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing that Doge is uncovering, that, a classic example, right? We spent freaking, one of the things Doge came out with that was confirmed to be true. The government had 35,000 subscriptions to ServiceNow, and 400 people were using those 35,000 subscriptions, something like that. So ServiceNow's earnings were getting this artificial boost by some government agency paying for thousands of licenses, and no one was using them. So that's a public company in the tech space that is getting government revenue as one of their clients, but no one's using their product. It's stuff like that kept asset prices elevated. And now people are recognizing, well, if we get through a reset, maybe in the short term, asset prices get hit, but in the long term, that's good for our overall deficit. It's a theory. It's a theory that's out there. And it's just a question of, if that theory ultimately is realized, if we do cut as much spending as we're doing. Which is why cutting government spending is short-term bearish. It will take time to reshore, privatize the economy. Yeah, I agree. And this is what Besant's been telling us, right? Besant's been saying, hey, the reason stocks go up in the long term and to pay attention to the long term over the short term is because it is unsustainable what we're doing in the short term. And he's right, dude. And again, if I pulled this up a week ago, but if we just look at this again, and I encourage everyone to take the time to look at it, this is the U.S. debt clock. This is not sustainable. 36 trillion in national debt and 2 trillion in the federal budget. Now, there's a difference between our debt and our deficit. Our deficit is our tax revenue minus our expenses, and we have a $2 trillion deficit. Meaning if we bring in 7 trillion of tax revenue and we spend 9 trillion, that's where we get that deficit. Our debt is the amount of money in aggregate that we owe to everyone we've borrowed from, aka the people that have been buying our treasuries. And that, if we make progress on that, cool. But if we don't make progress on that, at least it's somewhat sustainable because our debt is the best debt, right? I know people don't love that argument, but you don't want to buy Russia's debt or China's debt. You want to buy the United States debt, at least for now, hopefully. But the deficit is actually, we can resolve the deficit to an extent. We can get that deficit down from 2 trillion to maybe 1 trillion if we really, really pay attention to cutting costs. Because if we bring in a lot of tax revenue and we cut a lot of spending, you will decrease the deficit. It's just logically, that's what's going to happen. But we've got to commit to that. And if we commit to that, ironically, our bonds will become even more valuable because now we're showing some level of fiscal responsibility. But it's just a question of if the government can commit to actually being able to do that. And I don't know if that's going to happen. A lot of people are talking about Social Security now as well, and this idea that Social Security is going to get cut. I don't think Trump's cutting Social Security or Medicare. I mean, he promised on the campaign trail he wasn't going to cut that. I think Elon's sentence was taken out of context from Bloomberg. Elon said, well, entitlement spending is the next thing that we have to look at. He's not talking about Social Security getting rid of it. He's talking about the fraud and waste inside of the misallocation of capital within Social Security, because there's a ton of that. But he's not talking about literally getting rid of people's Social Security's benefits. So even if we didn't touch Social Security, but we made it more efficient, which even Karp talked about yesterday is a good thing. We'll listen to the Karp interview in a second. That would go a long way to be able to resolve our deficit. David Friedberg had a great tweet this morning. It was something that I tweeted about a couple months ago after I stayed up till 3 a.m. watching a documentary on Social Security on a Friday night. Why did I do that? I popped up on YouTube and I got obsessed with Social Security. But he said America's biggest mistake is that we don't invest our Social Security reserves in the S&P 500. We put it into freaking U.S. Treasuries. And that's a problem because it's not growing in U.S. Treasuries. And so he goes on this whole rant about like how we could have had $11 trillion of retirement funds if we started doing this in 1990. If we just put excess Social Security capital reserves into the S&P 500 versus U.S. Treasuries. Now, the biggest argument here is like, well, what about drawdowns? And his argument, which is the basic argument, is you just hold. You buy the dip. You just buy the freaking dip, bro. Like, Bill Clinton tried to do this. Congress didn't let him. And to give George Bush credit, he also tried to do this. Congress didn't let him. So we've had presidents in the past that have tried to say, hey, can we take our Social Security reserves because we're going to run out of it. And the reason we're in such a bad problem with Social Security is because COVID accelerated the amount of people that retired early. So what do? They started claiming benefits and we did not have the benefits to give them. So either we have to increase the amount we take from their paycheck or we have to decrease the benefits. And in 2032, which is not that far away, we're going to have to make some pretty difficult decisions. That is what accelerated the decline of our Social Security reserves. But we're not going to have any reserves by around 2040 because it's growing at 4% a year. Like we need to be growing at 10% minimum. And if we put it in the S&P 30 years ago, even with the dot-com bubble, even with 2020, even with 2008, even with this volatility we're experiencing right now, we would be up a lot. But I did not. Hold on. Michigan sentiment, how bad? Yeah, that's kind of bad. I mean, it's worse than what I thought it would be. 57.9 versus 63.2. I thought it would come in at around 61 to 59. So 57.9 when the expectation is 63.2. That's a little bit more than a 10% miss. Yeah, that'll do it for you. That'll probably do it for you. Is everything tanking right now? Everything tanking? I think everything's tanking. Hold on. Are we going red? Yeah, oh my God, we're going red. Okay, let's see how bad it gets though. Let's see if it actually sustains its red. Let's see. That was a nasty number, 57 versus 64. I thought it would come in at around 61. But let's see how bad it is. S&P is kind of resisting it. Yeah, S&P is... Look at that green candle. Look at that little green candle fighting from the red. We got to 555, and there's the green candle. Now there's the red candle. We got to break 555.5 for this thing to head lower. Let's see if that ends up happening. Goodness, bro. That one number got hit. Let me, can you guys see this? Hold on. Why is YouTube being stupid? My share. Okay. I think you can see this. Yeah, you should see this. Okay. Let's do this.
Santelli has the numbers. Hi, Rick. Hi, boy, these numbers, once again, remember, a month ago, soft sentiment from Michigan was one of the reasons the markets moved. It continues. These are preliminary March read, University of Michigan, expecting the number 63, 63 and a half, 57.9. That's the weakest month-over-month headline sentiment going back to November of 22. Last month's was going back to November of 23. And if we look at current conditions, 63.5, weakest since September of 24. Expectations, 54.2, weakest since July of 22. And I thought the jump last week in one-year inflation at 4.3 from 3.3 was a misprint. It continues to move higher. 4.9. You have to go into the Wayback Machine to find a higher number, and that would be 5% in November of 22. 5 to 10-year inflation. Well, if we look at last month, it went from 3.2 to 3.5. That was the highest since December of 93. It continues to move higher. 3.9%, 3.9. To find a higher number, I'm really going back. You have to go back to, get this, February of 1993 to find a higher number than 3.9%. Now, given surveys are squishy and many are debating whether there's any political bias to Michigan surveys. But having said all that, I've been monitoring this for years. These are some of the biggest month-over-month changes to the downside I've seen in a while. Interest rates haven't moved a lot. Many suspected we'd continue to see this. Why? Because whether it's sentiment or the nervousness in equities, in many ways, they co-feed off each other. And the volatility in equities have continued. So does the downdraft on these surveys that in many ways are focused on some of the negative aspects of equity trading. Back to you.
Rick Santelli, thank you very much. We watched the market reaction to that here. S&P is closing, of course, and is now in correction territory, down more than 10% from the February 19th record high. NASDAQ's on track for its worst week in about 6 months. Mike, thoughts on the UMID?
Okay, so we'll get some more thoughts on consumer sentiment. Market so far doesn't really hate it. I mean, S&P is down from the highs of the day, but it's not in free fall. You see those 5 green candles right there. Robinhood still up 5%. I mean, fell to 37.17. Now it's back at basically 38. So market's kind of shrugging it off, which is really encouraging. Because to shrug this type of a miss off means that it looks like it wants to bounce is what I'm looking at. It really wants to bounce. Palantir still holding 85. There's that green candle right there after the 83.50 drop on consumer sentiment. It's pretty encouraging. I'm not going to lie, because on a Friday to get that type of data and to still get a little green. I mean, maybe this reverses in a couple hours. Who knows? But like it's not a full on free fall the way it was immediately when they got the results. Robinhood just unveiled a new thing, a new gold promotion. Wow. Okay, cool. So for everyone who's been wanting to transfer into Robinhood and you've been waiting for them to bring back a account transfer, here you go. 2%. 2%. You have till March 31st to transfer your account, and you get 2% to transfer it. It's not bad, bro. You bring up $1 million, you get 20,000. I mean, if you have a big account, I mean, in this market, to get a free 2% just for transferring, you got to be okay with the Robinhood platform, which obviously I'm a bit biased. I really like the platform, but if you've been waiting for the opportunity, 2% to just come over. Not the worst thing in the world. So for investors, why is this good? Well, this should increase net deposits. This should increase gold subscribers. This should increase overall trading volumes as you get bigger accounts that are hopefully utilizing the platform. This should also increase margin balances. Grab right here is up 3% of the day because now you have more accounts that are larger taking on margin. So, and they can afford to take on margin because they're bigger accounts. So it's just always net positive to have bigger accounts come to the platform. The question is, can Robinhood make it enticing enough to get you onto the platform? And 2% is, I mean, no one else is really giving 2%. So that's not too bad. That is not too bad. Also, if you're literally just a buy and hold investor, like I feel like there's no reason not to come over. Outside of like you feel like Robinhood's an unsafe platform, which I mean, you can do your research on that. I think Robinhood is pretty safe and sophisticated, and I think it's becoming a lot more safer than people think. But if you literally don't do options, or you don't, you might use Schwab for like a specific way of trading or whatever. But if you just buy stocks and hold them, and someone's giving you 2% to just hold them on a different product, and you don't really care about the product, you just care about your stocks going up in value over time. I feel like that's an easy 2%. Especially if you just don't care about the interface of the platform, you just care about buying and holding long term. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see how many account deposits we get from this, but that is definitely exciting that they're doing 2% on that. But they're only doing it for 2 weeks. So they're definitely trying to get people to do it quicker than not. Customer service, yes. For those that do want to transfer, I will say it right now, customer service is not great. I wouldn't say it sucks, but you're not going to get someone on the phone like you would with Schwab. Like I've called Schwab before, you get someone on the phone within like 2 minutes. With Robinhood, you have to go through their chat bot and stuff. So if you are a really big customer service person, yeah, you're not going to get customer service as easily on Hood. That's just I'm just going to be honest about that. But if you don't care that much about that and you just care about like having your stocks on a platform that can grow, 2% is not bad. Bitcoin right here, 83,000. Markets are Robinhood's at 38. S&P, it's not going back to where it was at the beginning of the day, but it's holding on to up 1%. And then Nvidia is trying to get back to 120. It's like oscillating between 118 and 119, but at least it's holding 119.5 here right now. Amit, you use the term neo broker for companies like Robinhood in Germany. We call them that. I don't think American new brokerage apps are called neo brokers. I've heard of that term in Europe, so it makes sense that in Germany you call those companies neo brokers. Granted, in the United States, there's not that many new brokers. I mean, there's Robinhood, there's Public, there's M1, and then there's Schwab and Fidelity. So there's not a ton of brokerages that are popping up. Back like 5 years ago in the United States, there were a lot more, but now it's kind of consolidated. But in Europe, a lot of the new startups are beginning to take advantage of the capital markets. And given how European stocks have performed this year, more people, more brokerages are probably getting demand as they're getting excitement from retail to like open up account and start investing more. Yeah, E-Trade, that's another big one in the United States as well. Okay. What else we have? So the consumer sentiment was the biggest news that we had today. Rheinmetall at all-time highs. Dude, freaking European defense. European defense, man. If you've been in those stocks, you have done great. Look at this, dude. Up 140% year to date. Holy crap. Okay, so here's a question for everybody, especially if you're in these European defense contractors. Is this a bubble? Does the earnings growth on Rheinmetall justify being up almost double this year? Because I know the catalyst is they're going to spend a lot more on defense, and the German government is committing to it. But I mean, if we're just objective here, up 140% in 3 months, was it that undervalued in January to be up 140% 8 weeks later? Or is this kind of a momentum trade, which it's, let's say it still ends the year up a lot, but maybe it's not up as much as it is in March right now. Because that is pretty aggressive, bro. And if the narrative is, oh, well, Germany is going to start to, build their own tanks and shit, I'm like, okay, cool. But does that mean those stocks just keep going up and up and up, right? And do we need a lot more volatility in terms of geopolitical just wars for that demand to continue? Because that's the problem with defense contractors, right? Like if you have a time of peace or any time of stability, let's say Ukraine, Russia does come to an end in the coming months. I know Germany is trying to revitalize their defense base, but at some point you need a catalyst for all this weaponry. And so I don't even know if it's worth buying those stocks at this, not after this run. It just feels aggressive right now. Some of you guys are saying, yeah, it is a bubble. Huh. Yeah, some of the Europeans right here in the chat are saying it is bubblish, but it's not necessarily something that needs to collapse. I mean, look, even if Rheinmetall's up 50% at the end of the year, that's a great year. But right now it's up 140% within 9 weeks. So to me, it's like, does it stay up 140%? Or is the tailwind of the German government spending so much money the catalyst? Andres, thank you for the €6 super chat. Admit we need Robinhood in Europe. We can't even have options on U.S. stocks. No covered calls or puts. We have to raw dog this shit, pull some strings. Dude, I wish. I wish I could tell Robinhood to go to Europe, but their eyes are on Singapore because the financial regulations in Singapore are a lot more friendlier to new fintech companies. In Europe, again, your guys' finance regulations are tough. Not just finance, but overall regulations towards businesses is just, it's not as friendly. So I don't think Robinhood's going to bring the brokerage to Europe anytime soon. I think it's going to take them a long time. Same thing with Canada. I think it's going to take a while before they get there. I think they will be there. I just think it'll be years, not months. Whereas with Singapore, hopefully by the end of the year, they would be there. Meta's at 597. Tesla lost pretty much everything today, which is weird because oh no, it's not too weird. Nope. S&P's losing it. Look at these red candles. S&P's losing it. Nvidia about to drop below 119. I thought Tesla was alone, in this basically 4% sell off on Tesla. It's still green, but it's about to go red. But that's everything. That is everything. Meta as well, back below 600. Huh. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a 1030 dump. We might be getting a preview of it. Aspen says, admit it is not a bubble. European pension companies and investment firms are moving out of the U.S. market and investing in European companies. Okay, so that's fine. I get that argument that funds are allocating into European companies. My question is, do the earnings growth on companies like Rheinmetall and other European defense contractors justify the rotation? Like you can say something's undervalued and there is a sector rotation, therefore it's getting a premium, but up 140%, was it undervalued by 140%, I guess is my question. Or was it undervalued by 50% and it's getting a premium of an additional 50% above that? And is that premium worth, like, that's my deeper question. Like, how sustainable is European defense contracting, even with the sector rotation that we're seeing out of the US? Because I think that defines if there's going to be new capital that ends up buying these names. But look, that is true, because if you do have pension funds that are like sticking to a European theme, whereas last year they were sticking to an NVIDIA theme, a Palantir theme, a Robinhood theme, a SoFi theme, just like American company themes, then yeah, that is different. You had a lot of European money that might say, hey, Google is not as important as Rheinmetall this year. And if they stick to that thesis, then I think those companies definitely can continue to get momentum. And Rheinmetall, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no commercial business, right? It's like pure defense. Because I can understand it getting a premium as well if there's any level of commercial manufacturing they do. But if it's purely defense, then I guess investors are just really betting on this European revitalization. Yes, pure defense. Okay, cool. So we got pure defense for these companies. Let's get a little bit more of an update on consumer sentiment, and then we'll go from there.
I mean, again, as we've been assembling lots of sentiment data.
Without a doubt. And I think we did have a quick fade on the headline number. And I think it's a good test of whether the market's going to look at this and say, yeah, no kidding, we know this. This is what the last few weeks have been about. Mm-hmm. This is why consumer services stocks have been weak. So if we're no longer going to be sensitive to the soft survey data, then I think that's one step in this process. The bounce, by some measures, have been kind of overdue. You kind of have to get more and more stretched each day. So we're now just bouncing up to levels that are below where we were hope would hold as the floor earlier in this week. So you have to scrutinize every little element of it. Rick's talking about bond yields not really coming in. So it's not some kind of buy treasuries as a risk trade because the recession's here. We're sort of caught in between. I do think after a 10% down move, you start to have to see tangible hard data on the economy weaken to have a lot more downside in the near term.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's going to put the jobs number even more in focus. I mean, it's amazing because, we've all sat here, on this desk collectively for a number of years, and it's rare that we put so much stock into a sentiment survey. But these days, the sentiment survey is going to be reflecting real time what the consumer is feeling, underscoring the message that has been sent from retail CEOs over the past few weeks, underscoring the city, credit card data that we got a couple days ago, showing quarter to date spending is down across the board pretty much, particularly in apparel and footwear. These are the messages that we've all been digesting as we watch the markets, and it's really, highlighted with this sentiment data.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Wells points out on a week where,
So continuing on the trend of Europe, here's another chart right here. Largest 5-week inflow to European equities in 10 years. I mean, if that doesn't scream rotation, I don't know what does. So, and this, this might be the argument why Rheinmetall is holding its premium. I mean, in a decade, this is the largest 5-week period of funds flowing into European equities. I mean, it's pretty damn incredible. It's just under 5 billion in the past 5 weeks, which hasn't happened in a long time. Another chart right here. So the Trump 2.0 winners are down 25% since January 20th. This is a chart right here with the Bank of America calls it the bro bubble stocks. So those are your NVIDIA, Meta, Palantir, Tesla, ARK, Coin, AppLove, and all that stuff. But they put it together, and that was the Trump victory. And this was the Trump inauguration. They topped out literally the day of the inauguration, at least in the short term. And now they are coming down. Now, they're not down fully to where when Trump won, even though some individual stocks are, like we're still elevated above that. Like a Palantir, I think, was at 65 when Trump won, and now it's at 85. So it's not at 125, but it's still at 85, which is still above the election night victory. But we are seeing a retracement, obviously, in a lot of these names. And these names are starting to not get the premiums they got before. Here's another chart that I think was interesting. S&P 500 corrections and bear markets. Since 1998, every year we have had an average correction of 14.3%. So we just hit 10% yesterday when the S&P hit 549. Again, you tend to get at least one drop of about 14.3%, which is normal. The question is just going to be, we only hit 10%. Do we actually go down another 5%, which I think is very possible, and then does it bottom out? Or is this the extent of the pain that we're having right now? And I guess over the coming months, we're going to kind of see how this plays out. Has anyone been buying the dip? Put in the chat if you've been buying the dip, if you've actually bought anything. The only thing I bought this week was Grab and some hood spreads. Outside of that, I don't believe I bought anything this week. It's Friday? Yeah, I don't think I bought anything this week. But let me know if anyone's been buying anything at all. I think a lot more people have been net selling. Selling puts on Celsius. Where's Celsius? Where's our favorite energy drink? Where is this thing? Red on the day, 26.59. S&P is okay. So it was dumping, and now it's reversing a little bit of the dump, but it's still barely holding on to 1%. Nvidia is trying to hold on to 119. It's 20 cents away from below that. We'll see if you can hold on to it, but it's not 120 anymore like it was in the morning. I see a bunch of SoFi. I see AMD and Google. I see Amazon. I see Hood. I see some Berkshire. Okay, so I'm gonna put out a couple names that I would buy if I felt we were bottoming. Meaning, if I felt there was not another 5% to go down, which it could happen. Names I'd be buying hand over fist that I just really personally like, assuming that the tariff volatility and all that stuff would stop, because that's the one reason it's hard to buy these names right now. Number one is Google, actually, before everything. What Google introduced this week with Waymo and robotics, we didn't talk much about it. Google is stupidly undervalued, in my opinion. So hand over fist, like if I didn't think the volatility was going to be that much more of a concern, Google would be up there. Obviously, Robinhood would be up there for me. Nvidia at 120, I don't know if it's up there. Nvidia back at like 110 and below gets more attractive. Not that I don't think Nvidia at 120 is cheap, because it is. But obviously, it's just momentum could bring it down a little bit more. So Nvidia's on that list. Honestly, dude, SoFi and Rocket Lab are on that list. I bought SoFi and Rocket Lab, the dip, a couple weeks ago. I didn't buy anything this week, but I don't think SoFi deserves to be $11.80. Not growing the way they're growing and being profitable. Rocket Lab as well. I know it's a bit more speculative because they're not profitable, but I still think Rocket Lab has a massive growth trajectory, and it was chilling at 29 for a while before this whole tariff volatility came in. I don't think it needs to go back to 29 anytime soon, but I definitely don't think it needs to go back to 15 or below. So I think those two would be on the list as well. Another one that's on the list, quite frankly, and this I would justify by selling calls against it, is IBIT. I know Bitcoin's in a really weird space. I know the Bitcoin reserve has not been pronounced with any details around how they're going to buy Bitcoin, but the call premiums are really juicy on IBIT. And if you just believe in the overall Bitcoin thesis, you can justify DCAing into Bitcoin, because there's never a right time to buy Bitcoin, right? There's always, you'll never catch the exact bottom, but at least you can sell calls against it. And if it gets called away, okay, whatever. But if not, you get to keep those premiums on it as well. It wouldn't be Tesla for me, dude. Like, it's Tesla only if it's in the long term. Like, obviously, if we're like legit bottoming, then yes, Tesla 1000%. I am just really scared of Q1. I really do not think Q1's going to be good. I really don't. And I think what did it for me to confirm in my head why Q1's not going to be good is that whole Trump Tesla White House presentation. Like, that to me was a very desperate sign of Trump, who has publicly said he doesn't like EVs, to start telling his MAGA base to start buying EVs, which is good because that's great marketing for Elon. I think that's good for Tesla, but it's also a sign of desperation to me that the brand is getting hit so badly they need the president to endorse it. I just don't think Q1 is going to be good. I really don't. And if Q1 takes this thing really into the low 200s, I think it gets very exciting. Now, granted, everyone says that it should tank on crappy automotive revenues and it does a reversal. So like expecting it to go down on Q1, I don't think is the perfect strategy, which is why people, constantly just try to DCA into Tesla the best they can. But that is my only fear with Tesla right now. I think Google, Nvidia, Hood, SoFi, Rocket Lab, these are names that feel a bit like no-brainers to me if we are bottoming. And Google is the top of the list right there. It's one of it is the cheapest Mac 7 at this point. It is cheaper than Nvidia. It is cheaper than Tesla. It's cheaper than Amazon. Amazon's up there as well, but like I don't think people are like going gung-ho about like we got to buy the Amazon dip. Like I don't think people realize if we really do get tariffs, that's not good for Amazon. That's the worst for Amazon. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw the Financial Times story yesterday. The Tesla folks who manage their supply chain informed the Trump administration that Tesla would be a victim of retaliatory tariffs. And so they sent a message to the White House yesterday saying, hey, just to let you know, if China hits back with the tariffs, Tesla's supply chain is going to get hit as well. So if tariffs do go into effect, it's not good for Amazon. Amazon sells a lot of shit from China. I think Google would be even a little bit better in tariff volatility versus Amazon. But yeah, obviously all these names are amazing long term. It's just I'm trying to see which ones can survive more of the volatility, and I really don't know if Tesla and Amazon are the most amazing bets to be able to deal with this type of volatility. And now if Tesla runs all the way back up to 300, everyone starts, waxing poetic about robotics and FSD and yada yada. But as we've seen over the past 2 months, like that narrative can die out really quickly until we see actual progress on those two verticals. But once things get bad, that narrative doesn't matter anymore. Now people care about the numbers. And so it's just a question of how it's going to play out. But I do have a catalyst for Robotaxi. It's a personal catalyst. I had to take a Lyft yesterday, and I get into the Lyft car, and the guy, we don't move for 2 minutes. And the reason we don't move for 2 minutes is because his Lyft app stops working. And like the Lyft app's not working, the maps are not loading, nothing, like it's just not working. And I want to get home. I'm tired as hell. So he's like, yeah, dude, it's not working. And he said it without saying it. And I just ended up doing it because I was like, all right, I know what's going to happen here. I load up the address of my Airbnb on my phone and I give it to the guy. And I was like, hey, just use my phone, bro. Just use my phone. Those 10 minutes of not having a phone, I don't think I've experienced 10 minutes over the past couple months without having a phone. I was losing my mind, bro. I didn't know what to think about. I was looking out the window. I was looking at my hands at some point. I was analyzing like my knuckles. Like I was bored out of my mind without my phone for 10 minutes. I was like peeking over at my phone to see how much time was left like on the Uber ride. And I was just like, this would never happen in a Robotaxi. It would never happen in a Robotaxi. You know why? Because the fucking car would just drive me to the place. It would not have an app that's not working. It would not have a driver that needs to manually take my phone and put it on his dashboard to be able to see where to go, because the car would be driving its fucking self. And so realistically, bro, yesterday, I was like, I am so pro Robotaxi. Like, I was so annoyed, bro. I cannot tell you how annoyed I was. Because, like, dude, you guys know me. Like, I pee with one hand and I have my phone in the other hand. That's just like I don't not have my phone for more than 30 seconds. I just like it is what it is, right? Like, and I'm serious about that. Like, I pee with one hand, I have my phone in the other hand. Like, I take my phone everywhere. So for 10 minutes to just stare into the universe, like I was like, what do I think about? Like, what is the point of life? Like, what is going on? And it's like it was sad, bro. And in a Robotaxi, I would never have to deal with that. I would never have to. You guys say it's disgusting, bro. It's just like I can't not have my phone. The other time I spent 10 minutes without my phone was during AIPCon during the halftime show. When I was my phone was in my pocket. Dude, there was a moment during the halftime show where I'm literally like live in front of thousands of people. For a second, I reached to my pocket and I was like, because I like wanted to check Twitter. And I'm like, I'm live in front of thousands of people. I cannot take my phone out, but it was in my pocket. It wasn't in my book bag. It was in my pocket, and I wasn't talking. One of the interviewer, I think the Andrew guy or the Archer guy, he was talking, and I can't really hear him because like it's really like noisy. You guys can hear everything really good because of the audio, but I can't hear anything the other guy's saying because he's far away from me. But I wasn't asking the question, so I didn't need to hear what he was saying. So I was just looking at him, and I was like, oh, I want to check my phone, and I was like, I'm live. I can't take out my phone right now. What am I doing? So it's a bit of a problem. I get it. But the point is, as a consumer, I shouldn't have to give my phone to the freaking Lyft driver to get to where I need to go and then be stuck in La La Land for 10 minutes, not having access to the internet. Yeah, I can't piss without my phone, dude. I'm not afraid to say it. I can't piss without my phone. I have gone to the bathroom before, and I went, I would be like, oh, I need my phone. I would go back to my room, get my phone, and then go to the bathroom. It is what it is. I'm not afraid to say it, bro. I need my phone. It's just, I need my phone. And so those 10 minutes not having my phone, it wasn't fun. So that's my bull case for freaking Robotaxi, dude. That's my bull case. My bull case now is that at least I freaking won't have to think about life for 10 minutes because the car should be able to drive me. Okay, let's watch Karp on Fox Business because I haven't fully watched this yet. Some of you guys might have seen it. This is a 10-minute interview he did yesterday. For those that haven't watched it, here is Karp on Fox Business yesterday.
Including a deal with Archer Aviation. Joining me now, Palantir co-founder and CEO Alex Karp. Alex, I want to just tell you, I got on the Alex Karp bandwagon late last year, but I'm glad I'm on it. You are absolutely phenomenal. Let's just start with today's event. You get a chance to strut your stuff. You're showing new tools, new capabilities, and a string of deals. Talk to us about that.
Well, first of all, a mutual fan. I'm very, very happy to be on your show and hope to see you in person. Yeah, look, we've spent the last, especially last 5-6 years, being told we couldn't talk about how AI was going to transform the world. We couldn't talk about later large language models being a commodity that needed to be powered by software. We couldn't talk about the superiority of the West. We couldn't support our lethal institutions. I wasn't allowed to speak in public. Everybody thought they should get rid of me. And it's like part of what we're doing is showing off what we're doing with our partners who are among the very, very best in the world. Part of what we're doing is saying, look, this is how we won. If you want to win, this is what you do. We're in a unique phase at Palantir because there's just a lot of people that realize we were right and we have all this infrastructure. So, people have tried large language models because various people. I mean, Silicon Valley's done an amazing job. First, it convinced the world we should build wasteful, carcinogenic apps. Then it convinced the world we shouldn't be pro-America. Then it convinced the world large language models, which, are a great scientific experiment, are valuable. Meanwhile, we're modestly sitting here saying, yeah, that tooling doesn't work. Those views don't work. Your country will fall apart. Your enterprise won't work. Or you could buy Palantir's very fairly priced software and win. And that's what, it's like at this point, we have an avalanche of demand, especially in the U.S. What is concerning for the world is the avalanche of demand, and what we're seeing in the U.S. is, at least as of last year, U.S. commercial grew roughly 54%, and continental Europe grew 4%. So this is a tale of two cities. I really hope that at some point Europe gets off the if we don't build it, we can't buy it bandwagon of failure. But one of the trends that I see is that there's people assume that there's a pendulum and it'll swing back, whether that's the Democratic Party or that's European tech. And I believe there's a pendulum that's swinging hard and faster, and it's not going to swing back. And our partners believe it too, which is why they're just buying our product.
Alex, it's interesting you said it because your stock has become something of a proxy for that debate you just talked, that the sort of debate that you're talking about. And obviously, of late, it's been under a little bit of pressure now. I watched really closely last week. The stock had made a really big rebound. And then that evening, Mongo posted their results. One of their highly profitable contracts, apparently with the government, won't be renewed, right? So Doge out there, that same day they showed the wasteful spending at HUD and just how crazy it was. So now the speculation is that Doge will have a negative impact on Palantir, although fans of your company who loved your company long before I did tell me, no, this actually is a positive for Palantir.
Well, look, at Palantir, we're very focused on what will make the West superior in the commercial space, mainly here on the battlefield. So even if it were for Palantir, I think bad for Palantir, I'd be in favor of it. I mean, how often?
This is when he starts smiling and when he starts basically making the argument that it seems like Doge is going to be good for Palantir.
Critics of Palantir have been right. And it's like, look, buying, if you want to reform an institution, whether it's commercial or government or anything, what is the first thing you're going to do? Change the unit economics, make the customer experience better. How are you going to do that realistically in the West? You're going to buy the best software and implement it. Who are you going to buy from? So, I mean, like, and I love that we have all these skeptics. They just can keep on. The skeptics, as annoying as they are, just come out and tell the venture community how much we're going to fail. It's like, but for the somewhat idiotic skeptics of Palantir, we would probably be competing with 50 companies. So please amplify your skepticism. Palantir is very pro-Doge. I'm pro-Doge. I believe it's going to be great for America, and I'm supportive of it. And, read into that what you will.
Right. Read into that what you will. I mean, to me, that's him saying, hey, like, look, I don't think he's saying they're going to get a Doge contract. I think he's saying if anyone were to get a Doge contract, it would be Palantir, which is why I think he's bullish. But obviously, we don't know if they have one yet. But I think Karp's pretty bullish on the idea that government efficiency would lead to the inevitable product that could make it efficient, which ends up being Palantir.
Right.
But America's going to become more lethal, more economically strong, and we're participating in that, and we're thrilled. And again, on the non-Doge front, does anyone doubt we're doing well in U.S. commercial? I mean, all these same skeptics are like, it's like completely ridiculous.
Right.
Somebody's got to score these skeptics. You're like, oh, Palantir's a service company. Palantir will never have a commercial product. Oh, Palantir will win, but it's only with one administration. Oh, Palantir's got the best product, but Karp's too crazy. Or Palantir would just shut up about the West being superior. Their sales will go up. It's like, at what point is there a scorecard? Like, and again, I would encourage people in every institution we want to reform. What did the person say? How often were they right? How are they doing? And you've got to heavily index against that. But again, no matter what you think about what's happening in the U.S. government, I'm supportive of it. Look at what we're doing in commercial. Can you even open the newspaper and not see one of the greatest companies in the world in America partnering with Palantir? It's crazy. And I've never seen anything like this in the last 20 years being involved. And honestly, the part I love is that we're winning. The part I love almost more is that we're getting to do our usual humiliate the critics of Palantir game, and it makes my life a lot of fun.
By the way, I love when you humiliate the critics. I built my entire career being contrarian. I wouldn't have even started my own research business if I thought Wall Street was doing it right. And then, by the way, they never change because they're too elitist to change. You've referenced, the business, the U.S. supremacy, the West, and this is all sort of all part and parcel of your new book, which, by the way, #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. I just took some points out of the letter, your most recent letter, because it sort of matches what's in the book. And I just want to bring this to you. So one line that really is amazing. The unfortunate thing, either in business or politics, is that many of one's adversaries and antagonists will never respond to anything but strength. It feels like you're not only talking about business, but also what's happening with America right now, and maybe the Trump administration, and what some see as a heavy-handedness toward the rest of the world, but maybe that's the only thing they'll respond to.
Look, there are people who believe that strength works, and there are people who work in the Berkeley faculty, and it's like so obviously true, and it's the only thing that works. Everything else is some form of intellectual self-pleasuring. America is the greatest experiment, the greatest country that has existed, and we must support it and make sure the inside and outside, meaning the internal economy and the defense of it, are the world's best. And Palantir's role in that is something that makes me super proud. And the fact that the book has done so well,
let me just ask you.
Well,
I want to jump in here because the clock is ticking on me a little bit here, and you're pretty decisive about the different cultures out there, Western culture in particular, perhaps saving it. You've already said to Europe out loud here, hey, you hope they wake up, they get their sort of epiphany. There's another line from the letter. As Sam Huntington has written, the rise of the West was not made possible, quote, by the superiority of its ideas or values or religion, but rather by its superiority in applying organized violence. I love it. I think it's straightforward. You take heat for this sort of thing, but is it something that we have to come to grips with? Is this adult thinking?
Well, it's thinking of a culture that wants to thrive and survive, pays attention to the basic reason people are listening. America's ability to organize violence in a superior way, and then use it in a much more moral way than any other country would, given its ability to do this, is the single reason why the world improved over the last 70, 80 years. And then there's, again, a commercial version of this. Is like, if your company is not able to produce the best product in the most expedient way, people are not going to listen to your marketing. One of the biggest problems that institutions have is they're like, well, this is a marketing problem. No, it's an underlying fundamentals problem. Your marketing can be pretty damn bad if your fundamentals are great. Witness Palantir's rise. And so, on the government side, it's about having superior organization and implementation and moral. And by the way, there's a moral good to how do you do it of violence, as Samuel Huntington said. And on the business side, is your business demonstrably superior? Is your product superior for the customer? Is it superior for your investor? Meaning it's the best product in absolute terms, and it's being produced in the absolute most efficient way inside your company. And people who want to have a big stick and talk quietly will be very focused on the internal dynamics. Those that want to have a loudspeaker and have everyone ignore them will focus on some kind of marketing that isn't working anymore.
Right.
And witness institutions that are failing,
right.
Whether it's Europe's failure, the Democratic Party. You can look at all these things. They're failing for very, very simple reasons, which is no one believes the underlying dynamics of what they're saying is going to create more value than what you put into the actual instrument. And that's a very basic business principle, but it's also the principle by which nations survive and thrive or disappear.
Alex, thank you very much. I do hope to meet you really soon in person again. You've jumped really high on my list of heroes. Americans should buy that book, pay attention to it, because the cross currents between business and this race for survival and American exceptionalism is real. Thank you.
So, I mean, look, that was obviously a phenomenal interview by Karp. And again, this moment when he's asked about Doge, this is the smirk right here.
Doge will have a negative impact on Palantir, although fans of your company who loved.
Look at that smirk, bro. Look at that. Doge will have a negative impact on Palantir. Look at that face. Look, there's the frown. Look at it go to a smile.
Doge will have a negative impact on Palantir, although fans of your company who loved your company long before I did.
Dude, that is a smirk. That is a smirk that's basically saying these motherfuckers have no idea what's about to happen.
How crazy it was. So now the speculation is that Doge will have a negative impact on Palantir, although fans of your company who loved your company long before I
Dude, there's definitely, I think there's something happening, bro. I think there's something. There's no freaking way. Dude, you don't smile like that when, especially if you want to have a poker face. It's like, if it's hard to have a poker face when you know like that people are that wrong about a narrative. And I think that's why Karp smiled. Look, what he said in the interview is the same stuff him and I talked about yesterday. I mean, like, so someone said, well, what was it like to just have a casual conversation with him, especially because he's so accomplished. He's a deca billionaire at this point. I'm like, dude, he just wants to win. That's it. He literally just wants to win. When you're talking to him, it's the same exact way he was talking on that interview. He's just trying to figure out, how do we keep being better than where we are right now? And so he's not that different. He's not like, he's not one person on TV and then one person when you're talking to him privately. It's very similar. And the argument is, how do we keep winning? How do we keep doing better? How do we find different ways to get people excited about the company? And how do we remain as strong in as strong a position as we're in right now? And I think the underlying word that connects why he's pretty much the same on the interviews as he is when you're talking to him in person is authenticity, right? That's the word, authenticity. When you're authentic, everyone can tell. And so it doesn't matter that he's worth $10 billion or that he's super successful. Like, the most authentic people will make you feel like their success and their wealth and what they've accomplished in life means nothing when you're having a conversation with them, because they're not using any of their level of prestige to impose from a status perspective how good they are versus who they're talking to. They're just a normal person when you talk to them, because they're authentic enough to not need any of their previous successes of life to be talked about. When you have other rich people who can't stop bragging about their Lambo and their Rolex, and those people aren't authentic. I mean, those people that, they just want attention. It's like there's a totally different vibe between someone like Karp, who quite frankly doesn't give a shit about any of the money or anything else that he cares about winning. And I think it's pretty obvious based on how he continues to speak about Palantir. And that's what I feel in my personal conversations with him as well. Palantir right here, 85.76, up 7.7%. We did touch 86 for a brief second. Now we're right there below that 86 level. So I really do think, bro, that he still thinks Palantir can become much more bigger than it is right now. And if you saw his AIPCon, which maybe we'll watch it at the end of the stream, his AIPCon halftime remarks, it was really cool because he went on this rant about all the things that we were not supposed to do that they ended up doing. And that's the reason they're winning. And it's the same stuff he's been saying for the past couple of months now, which is just like, what are the critics going to say now? You know what I'm really noticing? A lot of the critics are starting to go back to qualitative attacks on Palantir. And those qualitative attacks are like, oh, it's a Nazi company, it's an evil company, it's a spy company. Yeah, because you can't quantitatively attack 36% year-over-year growth. You can't quantitatively attack a rule of 81 on a rule of 40. You can quantitatively attack the valuation, but that's up to the market. Like the bears on Palantir can say the valuation is crazy, but that's the market's fault. That's not Palantir's. Palantir doesn't determine the valuation. Palantir just executes, and then the market decides what the valuation wants to be. But the bears can't give a good reason for why the growth on Palantir or the metrics are bad, because the metrics are like phenomenal. They're the best SaaS metrics that are out there. So they're resorting to qualitative arguments around all this stupid shit that I thought was done with, but now it's coming back after 5 years because they have no other arguments to make around evil spy company, yada, yada. And that's what lets me know the bears don't really have a thesis. And again, valuation's aggressive. I'm not saying valuation's not aggressive. I've said that since 45. Valuation's aggressive. But that's up to the market. That's not up to the bulls or bears. What's more telling to me is that the bears don't have an argument. And I think Karp's kind of bragging about it right now in the right way, which is just like, hey, if you have a real argument, make a real argument. But as of now, any argument you've made over the past 4 years have been invalidated by the level of growth that they've put up. So I think it's very exciting. Okay, so this $3 trillion quote that you guys are talking about, where did he say this? Because I've been hearing this a lot, that he said, oh, it was on the Andrew Ross Sorkin thing, right? Yeah. I forgot. It was the freaking, he said we're only 10% of the way, right? Hold on, let me pull that up. I didn't finish that interview. I was watching some of it. He didn't say it on Fox Business. He said it on the other thing. Let me pull this up. Palantir Vision clipped that, I believe. Let's see if we can find the exact moment where he says that. I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, that's where he said we're only 10% of the way. Yeah, I mean, look, I think he believes it. I talked to a bunch of the employees yesterday, dude. They believe it as well. I mean, like, one of the employees told me we're going to 5 trillion. Now, obviously he was probably pretty happy because at the event, and he liked the energy. But like, the point is that ambition is hard to deny, right? And you know, people might laugh that employee was like, oh, I think we can go to 5 trillion. But like, this is why their churn rate is so low, because these employees genuinely believe in the mission. They believe in the long-term trajectory. And that's why they stay on average almost 10 years in the company. All right, I think this is where he says it.
Start and work on if they had the chance. So you're 25 years old now.
Yeah.
And it's today. It's
I'll give you a very self-serving,
2025.
but I think
you can. And I say you cannot choose Palantir.
Well, we got to get to 3 trillion. We're at 10%. Well, let me.
Okay, that was the quote. All right. Yeah, dude. I mean, look, we got to get to 1 trillion first. We got to try to resolve that, but and that's going to be a hell of a journey. It's not going to be easy, but look, that just shows you the ambition. That's why when people say, "Oh, well, Karp's selling stock," it's like, dude, all these big CEOs have to sell stock. From my experience with Karp, selling stock is irrelevant. This guy eats, sleeps, and breathes Palantir. You have to sell stock when you're an insider and you've been at a company for 25 years, right? You have too many financial advisors. But at the end of the day, is Karp not bullish on Palantir? No. That's just dude, he is. And he really, really, really cares about retail investors. Again, when we were talking yesterday, that's the number one question he asked me. He was like, what's going on with retail? How are they thinking about us? Are they upset? Are they happy? What can we do better? Yada, yada. It was just a bunch of questions on do they understand what we've been saying for the past couple of years? Do they get that we've been saying the ontology is what matters and the LLMs are commodities? And he just cares about making sure that that the retail community that trusted in the company so many years ago still believes in the company. And I told him I had the Bay Area meetup and I met a couple people that had freaking 70,000 shares at $10 and they're not selling. And he just started laughing. He was like, well, makes sense. It's like they believe in us. I was like, yeah. I mean, when you get lottery tickets, which is what that person described it to me as, 70,000 of them, 60,000 of them at $10. Yeah, it's hard to justify parting with those if you think this thing really is going to be as big as it can become. So Robinhood right here, 38.40, up about 6% of the day, trying to make its way to 39. But he really, 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 really appreciates retail. And that's the number one thing he tried to make sure he communicated to me. And so I think the trajectory is very exciting. It's just right now the macro volatility of the whole market and what Trump's doing and what's going on with tariffs. I'm like, it's hard to even analyze it from a qualitative perspective on Palantir because it has nothing to do with Palantir. A lot of the shit is rooted, NVIDIA back above 120. A lot of the shit is rooted in the macro. Now, it will be really funny if we, let's say by the end of March, we take off and then April is like a big month for the broader markets. Why would it be funny? Well, it would be funny because that's what's supposed to happen. Technically, that is actually what's supposed to happen. I shared a chart with you guys a week ago of how the market performs on an aggregated basis on post-election years. And we're supposed to dip from February to mid-March. And then after mid-March, we start rallying. And so technically, it's like, look, this is the chart. It's actually supposed to happen like this. We are literally supposed to see, this is where we are right now, a bottoming even worse than February, which is exactly what happened yesterday. In the middle of March, we are at March 14th, basically 2 weeks into March. And then we go up the rest of the year. And then we have a pullback in September. We have a pullback in August. And then by the end of December, we have a Santa Claus rally. And that's how it ends up playing out. So it would be really funny if all this complaining and yelling at Trump every single day, if it all results in less than a month of volatility. And then boom, we're off to the races. But like the tariff shit has to stop for that to happen, I think. And I don't know if that's gonna stop anytime soon. We had Lutnick also today say some more stuff. Here's what he said about Canada.
You have to remember, Canada exists leaning on our economy. I mean, let's face it, cars used to be made in America. Why did Michigan's cars move to Canada? To break out of the UAW. I mean, that's just unfair to American workers and American union workers. It's just, you finally have Donald Trump's got their back and is wondering, why are cars made in Canada? Why are we doing all this business in Canada if they're not respectful, if they're not thankful, and they don't want to do it? Imagine a provincial leader, so like the equivalent of a governor, deciding that they're going to attack America and put a 25% increase on energy prices to teach Donald Trump a lesson. I guess what happened? He learned a lesson. We're going to come in and talk, but what should you expect? You should expect exactly what you heard President Trump said today. What are you doing for us? I know what we're doing for you, but what are you doing for us? And I think that's the right way to look at it. That's our president's way of looking at it, and that's what you should expect.
So why not just eliminate the tariffs between Canada and the United States? Is that a place that we can get to? Because I mean, it's mind-boggling. Like 25%. No, it's going to be 50%. No, we're back to 25%.
That would
why
be
not
true
just
if this
eliminate
was
all the
Fox.
tariffs?
That would be true if you were Fox Canada. That Fox Canada would like that, but Fox
I'm just
USA.
asking the question. What so I heard President Trump moments ago say $200 million we send in aid essentially to Canada. So are we going to eliminate that? I mean, tell me what the starting points are. That's what I want to know.
The starting point is we care about America first. We care about American workers first. And we want to bring back those jobs to America. So we're going to bring back more and more jobs to America. We don't want to buy 60% of our aluminum from Canada. We want to bring it to America. We want the cars to America. We want to make America great first. Then we can worry about Canada. And that's the message. America first, then we worry about Canada.
Well, I don't know, bro. See, that chart I showed you guys was a little bit of hopium that March we bottom and then we take off for the next couple months. But in all of those years, we did not have Lutnick and Besant every day telling the media that tariffs and the 10-year are the only thing we care about, not the stock market. And Lutnick, again, dude, some of his talking points are good. D-Wave, by the way, up 40% on the day. That one's doing great. But it's a lot of flip-floppiness. It's a lot of clarification. He's on this whole thing of if you make less than $150,000, you're not going to pay taxes. I think that is absolute. It's just, that's not going to happen. I will proudly eat my words if Americans making less than $150,000 in a couple of years don't have to pay taxes. I really, really doubt, and I would be willing to bet a lot of money that's not going to happen. But like when you put out statements like that, it just gets people to A, be like, hey, should I trust you? B, what the hell are you saying? Like what are you saying? Like, what are you like what is your argument? Because the argument has shifted so many times. And I think that's why a lot of people are just confused at this point. What's happening right now? So I don't know, bro. This is a different macro than all those other aggregated post-election years. And they've all had their own different external things that have been super tough to deal with. But this one's a different type of tough, in my opinion. This one is one of those things where it's like you've got economic policy that's being changed every second. And you just don't know if you can believe in one version of that policy. So we're holding on to the green for now. The question's just going to be if that green actually holds up. 150,000 is only 30% of the total tax revenue. Yeah, but how do we make up that 30%? I know that the top 10% or the top 5% in America pay the majority of taxes. I get that, which would be 70, 60% of the taxes. But how do we make up the 30% we're losing? Like, no one has an answer for that. Where do we just get this 30? Is it from tariffs? Because every time we get ready to put them on, Trump says, I changed my mind. We're going to negotiate. Like, where's the money? Where is the money coming from? Income tax is still the majority of taxes that are paid in the United States, even if the highest income earners are the ones paying the majority of the income tax. But it's not like, dude, 150,000 in America is still a decent chunk of money. If you make even 100,000, I think the average salary across every worker is like 55,000 in America. If you make 100 or 120, that's like what, 10 grand a month roundabout? That's not bad. It obviously depends where you live. If you live in New York and San Francisco, it's a little tough to get by on 10 grand a month. But if you live in like, I don't know, Austin, Miami, Vegas, South Carolina, Mississippi. Like if you live in, even if you live in a city, but that's not like a super, super high tax city, like even in New Jersey, like New Jersey is not crazy. I mean, New Jersey taxes are bad, but they're not as bad as New York. You can get by on 100 to 120K a year. So my point is, like, those are people that are still making enough money where they do have disposable income left to pay for taxes. And so if it's not like they're making like 30 grand a year where they just don't have enough money. Those people are still making money where, yeah, they can contribute to the tax income of the country. And if you take away that tax income, where do they get it back from? Like if you're making $149,000 a year, do we really think we need to eliminate your taxes? Because the amount of work we would have to do to find that 30% from someone making 149,000, who quite frankly can afford to pay some tax. I mean, if you're making 149 grand, granted you're at least somewhat decent at budgeting, you can afford to pay tax. Now, if you're making 40 grand a year, it's tough. So even the logic of this arbitrary number he came up with, 150, I'm like, where do you get, like, if he said 75, I would be way more sympathetic to it. But 150 is like not bad in America at all. And most people don't make 150. I mean, the far majority of people don't even crack like 120,000. So I don't know. It's just weird, random stats that this guy, numbers that he's pulling up, and I don't think anyone knows how to necessarily navigate it or deal with how it's going out or deal with how it's being communicated. You can't live on 120K in Miami. Well, remember, Miami doesn't have state income tax, so that's why I'm accounting for South Florida or Florida in general. In Vegas, Texas, like if you don't have to pay the state income tax, that helps at least, even if the cost of living is a bit higher. But still, dude, it's not like if you make 130 to 150,000, you're broke. Even if you live in an expensive city, like you would have to have a horrible lifestyle where you just don't budget at all to be like completely broke. And so that's why I'm like, why? Where is he getting this 150 number from? Like, I don't get it. But that's his number that he's talking about. I think we got an update on retailers. Let's take a look at this and see what they're saying about some of these retail stocks.
Says it hasn't seen any major changes to its consumer sentiment. It calls the consumer excited, but not exuberant. Still, that stock is down about 12% in a month. So a lot to talk about here in this space. Back to you guys.
And then there's a Costco, Courtney, which, as you know, a lot of analysts are coming out and defending after the rare earnings miss that they had, and their cautious commentary as well. But on a day like today, when you're seeing discretionary at large and retail staging a bounce, Costco's bounce is decidedly anemic. It's only up, 0.4%.
Absolutely. And that's such an interesting point. And it's not just staples, but I would argue even some other more, call it consumer staple names, right? So look at some of these names that might usually either benefit during this period of time, and they're under pressure, maybe not even just today, but if we look at a week or a month, there's just generally sort of depressed trends. Or Walmart, I know we keep talking about it, but we should, because it's important. It's still the biggest retailer in the world by revenue. They've put up, 30 some plus quarters in a row of growing US sales comps. They put out a conservative guide and the stock cratered, and it has ever since. A name that really should benefit in a time like this. So watching even those staples names closely, people are just afraid. And when I say people, I mean kind of everyone, right? The executives, but also the investors, about what's to come.
Courtney, I'm wondering about, we're talking about front-running tariffs and the loading up of inventory, but are retailers now, had they done that only to get into a very promotional environment? What are they going to do? Are inventory levels really high?
You know what? They're really not, Carl. We've asked a lot of questions, particularly of the retailers that have seen a little bit higher inventory levels here and there. And almost all of them had an explanation that you can go back and find in previous quarters, sort of pre-planning for some categories to refill them. It really doesn't look like, at least in the evidence of the inventories that we were given at the end of this earnings season, that there was a lot of front running by retailers, which is interesting. But then again, when you think about the categories that may be subject to some of these biggest tariffs, when we're talking about Mexico and Canada, it's not overly indexed in some of these consumer goods that you and I buy directly.
Right.
This is the tariff cheat sheet that we're looking at right now. So they were talking about retail stocks that are under pressure because everyone's afraid of either consumer confidence going down or tariffs being hiked on companies that have to import a lot of goods like Walmart, Costco, Target, etc. So those companies are taking a bit of a hit. Costco's now well below $1,000, below 900 now. We have 10% on China on all goods that was restrained. Then we had another 10% on China on all goods that was effective March 4th. Then we have 25%, 10% for Canada, Mexico. That went back because the USMCA extension gave us till April 2nd. Then we have steel and aluminum, 25% that for the EU and Canada. That went into effect 2 days ago. And then on April 2nd, we have 25% on all goods from the European Union. On April 2nd, we have 25% on all cars, chips, and pharmaceuticals from major exporters. And then we have timber, lumber, copper, food imports, and more copper by the end of the year. November and December is when those go into effect across EU, the UK, Canada, Mexico, and China. Now, how many of these will actually go into effect? Dude, I think like less than 50% of those proposed tariffs are going to go into effect. I think we're going to get some deals done. Markets, by the way, heating up a little bit right now. S&P, wow, 1.67. All right. High of the day. High of the day right now in the S&P. But the fact is, like, you literally need a cheat sheet to know about all the different tariffs that are in the air right now and that could be implemented. And that's what's continuing to contribute to a lot of this volatility. Okay, a lot of you guys have thoughts on this 150K argument. So I guess here's the question for everybody. I'll do a poll as well. I guess the appropriate question is, what income is rich? Like, is 150K rich? I don't think that's rich. I don't think if you make 150K, you're rich. I think that's middle class. I don't think that's rich. It's kind of hard though, because it depends if you have a family or not, right? So if you have kids. Okay, let's do the first poll is if you're single. If you are single, what salary is considered rich? Do 100K, 150K. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the question. This doesn't make sense to do in a poll because you would just pick the highest number. So yeah, that's the question. Read what you guys are saying. What is middle class versus what is rich? John says if you're making 80K and you're single, you're rich. I don't know if I think you're rich. 80K. It's a little, unless you live in like Alabama. Dude, I always reference Alabama. I don't even know what the costs are to live in Alabama. I just assume Alabama's like a cheap state to live in. Like, what if I moved to Alabama one day? It's expensive as hell. Like, I thought it was cheap. But Alabama's my problem. 300K is rich. A million is like top 1%. I think a million is too aggressive. Like, you can be rich before a million on a 80K is comfortable. 100K is definitely comfortable. Yeah, 94% of Americans make less than 150K. Exactly. So that's a hell of an argument to say that 150K makes you very comfortable. I wouldn't say it's rich. It's comfortable. I would say if you're single, a salary that you can consider rich, let's assume you're living in a good city that is relatively expensive, pay rent, all that stuff. I would say like a salary that means you're rich. I would say 300. I'd say 300. Now, look, you can be comfortable at 150, 175, 250, but I would say rich, single is 300. Now, when I mean rich, I don't mean wealthy. Obviously, I know you have a ton of assets and like 5 to 10 million, what most people can. I mean, like, actually, if you're single, you have no kids, no responsibilities outside of rent and whatever bills, I think 300 is like you're rich. 150 is very comfortable. 200 is you're super comfortable. 80 is like you're probably surviving and you're doing okay. Below 50 is like, all right, you're probably. But 300, I think, would be incredible if you're single. You're doing okay. Now, if you have a family, rich, I think, is probably closing in on $500,000. That would be rich, in my opinion. It depends. If you have 2 kids, typical family, like the typical average 4-person family in America is, I think it's like less than 60K. Yeah, 62,000. Average for the median income in the US for a 4-person family is 80,000. But to live comfortably, this is from the census, you would imagine 100 to 180. But 80 is the average. And most people probably don't even make 80 with a family of 4. Like my family of when we were growing up, we did not bring in 80K. It was me, my sister, my mom, and my dad. I think early years before my mom got promoted because she was a teacher for 2 years, and before my dad left his liquor store and started a different business, I think we were making maybe 65 as a family with my mom and my dad working like a good 15 years. And then my mom moved on from being a teacher. She got a big boost in her salary, and then things started changing. But yeah, I think most families of 4 in the United States are bringing in maybe 65 to 70. If you have 2 parents that are working, like tech workers. Like my mom was a teacher, she was a government worker, and my dad owned his own liquor store. And yes, my dad owned his own business, but like margins on a liquor store. So it was good because he had his own business. He couldn't get fired, but it's also like you have your own business, right? Like that's you have a whole host of problems. Jonathan says, "I have a family of 4. We live off 85K." Yeah, that's pretty much the median in the United States. Mike is glitchy. Okay, how's the mic now? How's my good? Yes. Good. Are we good? Let me see. Am I good? Yes. Yeah, it should be good. Should be good now. Should be good now, right? It's still bad? Still bad? No, it's good, right? It's good. Yeah, it should be good. It should be good. Dude, short StreamYard. Short the crap out of StreamYard, bro. Every time they find a way to do this. But anyway, what I was saying is my family was living off 65K for a good 15 years. My mom and my dad. Robin at 39 bucks. The average family's at 85K. I think if you're single and you make 300, you're rich. You make 150, you're very comfortable. And if you're a family of 4, rich is 500, but I don't think you need 500 to survive if you're a family of 4. So the question is, how did Howard Lutnick get to 150K as his argument for people not needing to pay taxes, right? Like this is the stuff where I just like, I question where it came from. I made buy SoundHound. It might help the mic. Dude, I still have to figure out what SoundHound does. The best understanding of SoundHound I have is that like in Wendy's or McDonald's, they'll have an AI voice powered by SoundHound. That's like the extent of what I understand about that company. It's up 12% right here. But yeah, outside of that, I don't know much about them. Celsius went green. S&P is green. Everything's kind of, Tesla's not back at 250, but it's at 245. Costco's up a little bit. Amazon's up 2%. NVIDIA, new high of the day. Oh, we got to 120.96. Holy crap, I didn't even see that. That was about 5 minutes ago. Wow. Oh, so we almost got to 121 on NVIDIA. Yeah, let me check resistance on Hood at 40. Let me check. For Hoodie to get to 40, we have how many shares? We have 52,000 shares. And then for NVIDIA to get to 121, we have, dude, I'm almost break even on NVIDIA. My average is 122. That's crazy. We need 157,000 shares for NVIDIA to get to 121. But I still don't trust it, bro. Like, I don't want to get my hopes up. I have a flight in 3 hours. I'm going to get off that flight, and then I'm going to see everything red. Like, I don't want to trust it. I just don't want to believe it yet. I don't want to believe it. Where's Palantir? 86. Resistance to 87 on Palantir is 29,000 shares. Hood could get to 40, Palantir could get to 87, NVIDIA could get to 121 easily if the volume can sustain it. But if we get that reversal that we tend to get in the middle of the day, and then by the end of the day, then maybe not. Did you get paid by Palantir? I did not. I have not received a single dollar from Palantir ever outside of the money that I made on the stock. They didn't even pay for my flight or my food or anything. Like, no one will ever be able to say Palantir has paid me. They have not paid me anything. But again, A, I don't want to be paid by Palantir. B, I don't even want the assumption of any conflict of interest popping up. C, I don't need their money. Like I'm just, dude, I'm so grateful to freaking be in this position. Like, look at this thing, dude. Look, I got this from the after party yesterday. I'm gonna be sleeping on this on the flight, AIPCon pillow. So I guess they did pay me by giving me this, but I just, if you want to count this as compensation or something, but yeah, it's not about money with Palantir, dude. It's never been about money. Obviously, it's a stock, and there's about, you know, people want to make money on the stock, but it's always been about the ability to have these opportunities. That matters. It's priceless, dude. The journey's been priceless. It's like I've never felt any resentment of like not getting paid because I'm not an employee. They don't need to pay me. B, I'm just so grateful for being in the spot to have opportunities, you know? And I want to keep making those opportunities happen. When are you moving to Jersey City? Hopefully by July. Dude, every apartment I look at, I've been apartment hunting for the past 3 months, and it's annoying. It's really, I hate doing this shit, dude. I just want to get it over with. But like, again, the apartments I'm looking at, they don't have the view that I want. And I know this is such a bougie problem to have and such a first world thing, but like, I really need a good view. And every apartment I'm looking at, yeah, I've looked at the Grove Street ones. They don't have the views I want, bro. Like, if I'm moving out, bro, and I'm paying a decent chunk in rent, I want a good view. Like, I don't know what is making me obsessed with having a view of the New York City skyline, but I really want this view. And I don't want to give up on that dream of having a good view until I really, you know, test all my options of the apartments. So I have a couple more viewings next week that I'm going to be looking at. But yeah, hopefully by July. Views are nice but expensive, yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be paying a lot for rent. It is what it is. I've already accepted I'm paying a ton for rent. Like, so I'm not that worried about the expensive part. Like, I have to pay for rent. It is what it is. It's going to be cheaper than moving to New York City, but it's going to be close to New York City, and I need to be close to New York City at this point, given my media ambitions. You just got to get closer to the city. Like, it's really hard to scale a media company in the middle of a suburb in New Jersey. Like, it's just not going to happen. So to me, it's more of an investment, bro. To me, the rent is like, it's really more of an investment. Because I'm in media, and to be in media, you gotta be where media is. And in finance media, New York is the mecca of where you go to build media around finance. It's like it's Wall Street, right? It's the heart of everything. But I don't want to live in New York because living in New York is not fun. But living close to New York, which Jersey City is like a 20-minute train ride away from it, less than that, 15 minutes. That is perfect for me. But I want my fucking view, bro. I want my view. So I really gotta check it out. I've checked out Newport as well, dude. They have some good apartments, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for. So I'll keep you guys along on the journey. But look, if I really don't get the view I want, I'm still gonna move out because I really want to move out. But if I can have the circumstances that make it really exciting, then that's what I'm trying to find out. Newport's expensive, dude. Jersey City's expensive. Like, everything's expensive, bro. I just come to that conclusion. Everything's expensive. Like, I've done all my budgeting. I'm like, all right, this is what I'm going to pay, and it is what it is. Like, there's nothing. You're not going to get any discounts. It's going to be expensive. But again, you got to. At some point, you have to be. This is really, I think, one thing that's also important, and just like selling and as a concept, S&P back to all-time highs, not all-time highs, but intraday highs. Is you've got to be decisive, right? And it's like, if I've already accepted I'm going to be paying a good chunk of money for rent, and I've made that decision, I can move on from the hesitation of like, oh my God, I'm paying XYZ a month, to like, okay, cool. I know I'm paying XYZ a month. Now I'll try to optimize for getting my money's worth out of what I'm paying per month. And that comes from being decisive. That comes from running the numbers, look at your own personal P&L, look at your tax situation, right? I talked to my accountant 2 months ago, and I mean, I'm not in a bad tax situation, even with paying this much rent. But the ROI from a variety of perspectives, life-wise and business-wise, is way better than the rent, right? It far outweighs the rent. So now I just need to freaking find the place. And that's the hard part here. And again, I don't want to rent forever, but like, I'm not buying a house, dude. I'm not putting a down payment on a property. Like, I'm just not doing that. Not like in 2 years, maybe yes. But the other thing is, dude, my private portfolio of 3 companies, Aptronic, Figure, and Stock, that's doing really well. And so to me, I'm like, I think it's time to buy a house when I liquidate some of that private portfolio. And I don't really need to liquidate that for the next couple of years. Like, Figure is 15x, Aptronic has 5x. Derek's startup, I personally think is going to 20x in the next year, because right now it's at a $50 million value. I think it's going closer to $1 billion over the next year based on the momentum that they have. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But I think there's enough momentum in my private portfolio that over the next couple of years, that's what I would sell to like put a down payment on a property, not my stocks. Like, I don't want to sell Robinhood and Palantir to like put a down payment on a house, dude, and then deal with taxes and mortgage. Like, I'd rather just pay the stupid rent, get the tax write-off from the rent, not have any worry about actually managing a property, and then have the freedom to travel, which I'm going to be traveling a lot over the next couple of years. And then, you know, by the time I'm 30, I'm 27 right now, then we can focus on getting the property. At least that's the way I'm thinking of it right now. But eventually we'll see. Michael says you're not hungover. Dude, I had 1 drink last night at the after party. This is the after party for those that didn't see it at Palantir. They have the most epic after party at the end of the AIPCon. I had 1 drink and it was a mocktail, bro. It basically tasted like a Shirley Temple without being a legit Shirley Temple. I did ask the guy for a Shirley Temple and he laughed at me. Why do they always laugh when I ask for a Shirley Temple? They always laugh. I don't know why they always laugh, but they always laugh. And he was like, no, but I can give you this mocktail. And I was like, all right, that's fine. This is the after party right here. This is the guy I asked. This guy. You can tell he's so pissed off that I asked him for a Shirley Temple. He's like, this motherfucker did not ask me for a Shirley freaking Temple. But they had the open bar. And yeah, it was dope, bro. It was super, super cool. And they have the band that performs. There's the band right there. I'm not going to turn on the audio because there's music and YouTube might ban me for the music. But there's a Palantir rock band that literally performs every AIPCon, dude. It's so, look at the set, bro. Look at the behind. Like, it's so cool, bro. Every time they just go above and beyond on the set. And these are actual employees. These are forward deployed engineers that are doing their rock star shit. They're just so talented, bro. When Karp says they're an artist colony, they are legit a artist colony. And it's just so cool to see them do their thing. Let me get to those pictures again. Yeah, these are the pictures right here. So yeah, but I didn't get drunk. I had 1 drink. It was a mocktail. It wasn't enough to really get me buzzed. But it was fun. Got to enjoy it. NVIDIA 121. Did we get to 121 on NVIDIA? Oh my. Oh my. Are we actually going green today, bro? Holy crap. I am 90 cents away from breaking even on NVIDIA. Wait, there's no alcohol in mocktails? What? No, you guys are kidding me. I thought a wait, hold on. I thought a mocktail was like a cocktail. And cocktails definitely have alcohol in them, right? Wait, so then why do they call it a mocktail? Is it like mocking a cocktail? And that's why it's a mock. Oh. Wait, so the mock means that there's no alcohol. So it's mocking a. Oh. Dude, I thought I was... Wait, then I didn't drink a single lick of alcohol yesterday. I thought the mocktail, I thought it was going to get me a little buzz. That's why I only had one of them. I was like, yeah, just one. I'm good for the night. Dude, that guy was probably judging me so hard. Oh my God. Dude, I swear on my life, I thought I was drinking alcohol yesterday. He did put a lot of Sprite in it. That should have been the first sign that there's a little bit too much Sprite in this thing to be alcohol. Hold on. Let me ask Grok, bro. Let me ask Grok. Hold on. I need to confirm with Grok. Does a mocktail have alcohol in it? Dude, I swear I thought I was getting buzzed last night. No, a mocktail doesn't contain alcohol. The term mocktail is a blend of mock, meaning imitation or fake, of cocktail. Well, dude, I swear I thought I was drinking alcohol. All right, I didn't have a single drop of alcohol then. I had nothing. I really thought that mocktail was gonna, get me a little zooted. Because I asked for the Shirley Temple and he was like, no, but we can do mocktails. And I hesitated for a second. I was like, all right, fine, whatever. Because I was like, I really don't want to drink, I was like, I don't want alcohol, but I was like, all right, if you're going to put a little bit of, I thought a mocktail, dude, I swear, I thought a mocktail was a little bit of alcohol and then a ton of juice or soda or whatever. So I was like, all right, there's a little bit of alcohol, but it's not a cocktail. That's what I thought the mocking meant. I thought the mocking meant a little bit of what a cocktail is, even though it's not fully out of alcohol. I did not know it's a pure imitation of a cocktail with zero of the alcohol. I really did not know that. I let my 14-year-olds drink mocktails. Goodness gracious, dude. You're telling me a Smirnoff Ice has more alcohol than a mocktail, dude? Holy crap. I did not know that, bro. A Shirley Temple is Sprite and syrup. Yeah, I know. And that's what I wanted. And then he said, oh, I'll give you a mocktail instead. And I was like, all right. And he put the red syrup in the mocktail too. So it kind of looked like a Shirley Temple, to be honest. But I thought he also put some alcohol in it. So mouthwash has more alcohol. My dad owned a mock liquor. This is what makes it more sad, bro. My dad literally owned a liquor store. I grew up with Heineken and Jack Daniels. I would walk through the liquor store all day, dude. I'm familiar with all of these brands, but I didn't know the technicalities of this stuff. Amit doesn't even do real Coke. He just smashes up Smarties. In third grade, people used to do that, bro. At least in my middle school, people would be like, did you guys go through that? I remember in 5th or 6th grade, people would mash up Smarties. And they're crazy. My generation was weird. But I promise I'm not trolling, bro. I really I really thought, you could ask Peter. I was with Peter. Peter works in Palantir social media team. I was with him drinking my mocktail, looking all cool because I had a drink in my hand, thinking that I was drinking alcohol. And we were outside because at some point it was just getting too loud. So we were like, all right, let's step outside. And I took my drink outside. And, we were standing on the side of the street. And I had my little mocktail in my hand, thinking I was ingesting alcohol. And I guess I wasn't. Dude, he had more alcohol than me because I asked him, hey, where's your drink? And he was like, oh, I had a Heineken. And that's it. So apparently he had more than me, even though I thought my mocktail was alcoholic. NyQuil has more. Dude, I had more alcohol with my NyQuil that I took on Monday then. That is wild. Yeah, I was kind of surprised they were letting me drink because there was a bunch of security guards and they didn't say anything about me drinking in public. So I was like, oh, they probably just don't care. Meanwhile, they looked at the mocktail and they was like, this guy's not drinking in public. This guy's drinking a cherry soda. So that's why they probably didn't care. I actually felt cool for a second. I'm on the side of the street drinking an alcoholic drink. No, it wasn't even alcohol. It was fucking a mocktail. I really did not know that, bro. I really did not. I really thought they knew you were a kid. Holy crap. All right. Well, now I know about mocktails. Now I know. Yeah, that's why I didn't show up on Tuesday. I was hungover on NyQuil. Dude, that's wild. That's wild. I really thought it was alcoholic. I really did. I really did. Amid feeling cool, meanwhile, he's just being safe in public. Oh my gosh, dude. Well, anyway, this will let you guys know I have never had a problem with alcohol. Hopefully, if I ever become an alcoholic, we've got issues in life, bro. If I ever resort to alcohol, given my lack of understanding of the substance, like that's how you know shit's hitting them. If you guys ever find out that I'm drinking alone, or like something is so stressful in life that I'm, having a whiskey or something at the end of the day, like I just don't think I can, like, people relax with a drink at the end of the day. I can never do that, bro. I can never like relax with a whiskey at the end of the day. I know a lot of people do that, but like, I just don't do it. I don't drink. And I guess we know why. But if I do start drinking, that means things are going bad. Mocktail withdrawals, dude. All right, so basically 2 things happened yesterday. One is I thought I was drinking alcohol, but I wasn't in a mocktail. And 2, I realized that robo-taxis need to be the future because I can't survive 10 minutes without my phone. I can't survive 10 minutes without my phone. Dude, I was so pissed off, bro. I'm still pissed off about it. Like, I'm literally in the Uber. The guy says the app's not working. Or it's Lyft. It wasn't Uber. To give Uber some credit, it was Lyft. And he takes my phone, my private property, and loads up the map to be able to drive me home. And for 10 minutes, I'm sitting there staring into the abyss, trying to figure out what to think about because I don't have any stimulation coming from my phone. My uncle's in the chat. Your grandmother will disown you. Dude, my grandma, my mom's mom, she hates alcohol. She hates chicken. She hates alcohol. She's like super religious. So every time we go to India, we have to make sure we're like, if we're going to drink or if we're going to eat chicken, we have to like make sure she's not in the house, or we have to make sure we're in a different place. I didn't even do a lot of drinking in India when I went in October. I didn't drink a lot, bro. I mean, I maybe had some nights where I wouldn't say I even got drunk. Maybe I got a little tipsy, but not full on drunk. 2019, when I went to India, I got really drunk because that's when I was in college and I started. I like, it is funny because ironically I don't drink anymore, but in college I drank a lot. Especially senior year, I drank a lot. So, I mean, I drank to the point where I was like vomiting and stuff. Like, so I did have that experience of knowing what it feels like to get drunk, multiple nights in a week. But after college, I just like gave that up for the past 5 years. I just like have not cared about drinking. So, it would be weird if I ever go back to that. Who eats chicken? Well, my grandmother's very religious, bro, in India. Like, you're not supposed to eat that stuff at all. Even though, a lot of Indians eat chicken and meat and all this stuff, but like the people she was born in 1940 or something. The people that grew up in that era, like, they don't eat chicken. They are just like diametrically opposed to it. S&P 500, high of the day, up almost 2%, 1.8%, completely reversing yesterday and getting some more momentum. Everything's green. Everything. Grinder's green. Trade Desk is green. Big Bear AI is up 9%. Robinhood's almost was trying to get to 40. Palantir's trying to get to 87. Tesla's trying to get to 250. Everything right here. Rocket Lab almost 19 is going green on the day. But yeah, my grandmother hates chicken. And cows, all that stuff, bro. Anything that's an animal. She's like so against eating that stuff. Yeah, my uncle says we tried to make you drunk, but you were of no use. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I just don't drink that much anymore. Not that much into it. But regardless, I really thought a mocktail had alcohol in it. Bitcoin's at 85,000, bro. Holy crap. We're getting a real green day, dude. It's like actually, like, it's holding on. It's been 3 to 4 hours since the market opened, right? It's been almost 3 hours. No, 2 hours. 2 hours. And we're holding on. Yeah, I mean, I still don't trust it though. I want to see at 4 p.m. what are we looking like? Yeah, wait until 3 p.m. We got to wait till 3 p.m. to see. Trump's about to tweet something. Yeah, Trump hasn't tweeted yet today. He tweeted about the Russia stuff, and that's what maybe helped the markets, but he hasn't tweeted anything else. He's doing executive orders at 12 p.m., which is coming up, so he's probably gonna say something there that could upset the markets. Imagine 30 years ago sitting, waiting for the bus and looking at signs for 20 minutes to entertain yourself. Yeah, dude. We passed the high school, and I started thinking of like while I was in the Uber and I didn't have my phone because the dude app wasn't working. We passed the high school, and then I started like thinking about 10 years ago when I was in high school. And I was just like, okay, so should I think about this for the next 9 minutes? Because I have nothing to think about. Should I think about like my high school memories? I was so confused, bro. And then I was like, okay, I'm bored of thinking of my high school memories. Then I started looking at my hands. Like I literally started looking at my hands. I was doing this. I was doing this in the back of the car. And I was trying to figure out like, is there something interesting to think about here? Like maybe I'm just cooked because I'm on this thing 24/7. But without my phone, I just like, I don't know, dude. It's very hard for me to focus on anything. Like I need my phone. And it's all just Twitter. It's all just X. It's all just like you're getting these constant bite-sized pieces of information. And you're just like, I'm just like addicted at this point to like constantly. Like I haven't sat with my thoughts for more than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes in a while. Which is, I guess, the point of meditation. Robin at 3930 right here. But every time I try to meditate, which granted, dude, I tried to meditate back in 2021 because my mom really wanted me to get into it. And so I remember sitting with her and she put on some meditation. It's not music. It's like this person who's talking and they're like, breathe in, let go of your thoughts or whatever. It's like and there's some music in the background and some voice that's telling you to like relax and shit. And the whole time I'm just like, what the fuck is like, what am I doing right here, dude? Like my mind's running 1,000 miles a second. And like this voice is trying to calm me down. Like meditation doesn't work for me. Now, granted, I haven't really tried it, but when I did try it a couple years ago, I was bored as hell, bro. Guided meditation. Yes, that's what it's called. Guided meditation. I was bored as hell, bro. I was like, what am I doing here, bro? What's going on? And so I couldn't get through it. But, I guess some people say it's unhealthy. I get it. But also, you guys got to remember, like, my job is content creation. So if I'm not on my phone, if I'm not ingesting the news, I'm not creating content, right? So it's this, and I do take moments to like put my phone away, but then I'm probably, stimulated by something else, whether it's a YouTube video, a podcast or something. There's always something that has my attention. But even if it's not literally checking Twitter, part of the reason that I've been able to grow the brand is because NVIDIA, new high of the day as well, is because I'm constantly locked in to the I guess matrix, whatever you want to call it, right? To the ecosphere of information. And that is what allows me to get updated so quickly and then make content and then organize information and post it and all this stuff. And it's resulted in a lot of growth, which I'm very grateful for. But once you stop being that obsessed with it, you just stop performing at those high levels. Now, the trade-off is you're training your mind to literally be on a wheel, right? Because you're constantly looking for stimulation. I get it. But it's also like this is the nature of being in media to an extent. So, yeah, I see. As Brian says, you need a vacation. I don't know if I would be happy in a vacation, bro. The only reason I really enjoyed being in India outside of family, which is number one, I haven't seen them in a long time. But the other real reason I was happy is because I had an internet plan. My uncle hooked me up with the 5G, and everywhere I went, even when we went to like villages, I had some internet. And so that's what really made me happy, bro. Because there were some long 7-hour bus rides and shit. And I'm telling you, bro, I don't know what I would do with myself on those bus rides if I didn't have the internet. So I really, this trip on India was much more enjoyable because I had access to information. Once you lose access to information, you just feel lost, especially in my business, which is rooted in information because it's media. So my perfect vacation is having Wi-Fi and air conditioning. And that's it. And if I'm on the beach, I just need good 5G. That's it. But that's what makes me more happy than not. Is Kris here? Kris, you want to hop on the show? I have time. I have like how many hours? The flight's at 12:55. I have like 3-4 hours, so I can stay on for a little bit. Kris, if you want to join, let me know. You can hop on. We can talk about some stuff. But I have some hours. Yeah, we're still holding on to the green, folks. We're still holding on to the green. But anyway, yeah, in terms of just being obsessed with information, I'm I'm just in this way. And now look, I'm 27. Maybe by the time I'm 30, I don't care that much about having to tweet breaking news every 5 minutes, right? Maybe not. But Kris, I'm sending the StreamYard. But at this stage of life, I do, right? Like at this stage of life, when you're trying to build the brand, you like really care about like of being first when there's a breaking piece of news or putting your analysis out there, all that stuff. And you never know what piece of news goes viral or what piece of content can go viral. It's always like it's like sports, right? Like you never know what game is going to be your game, but you've got to keep putting up the shots, and then eventually the universe tends to reward hard work. But you have to be putting in the work. And so maybe in a couple of years after a foundation is built, I don't have that type of work ethic. But some people see my obsession with my phone and Twitter as like an addiction that's unhealthy. I see it as work ethic because I know people hate hearing that it's work, but it is work. It's just, it's a different type of work. It's not work where, you're in an office, but it is work, and it's constant. And the downside to this, the upside to being in an office is after 5 p.m., you're done with thinking about the office. At 7 p.m., if Trump tweets something, it doesn't matter if the working hours of the days are gone. You got to cover it, because if people are using you as a source of news, which is a very special thing for people to care about your opinions and perspectives, then you got to just be there. And that's what causes the obsession. Kris, good morning. What's up?
Nothing much, man. What are you?
Nothing other than seeing that Nvidia just went up 5.2%. Are you trusting this green, and why do you think we're getting it today?
I think we hit some level of resistance on like the wall of worry, and we're just like, you know what? I think it's time to bounce a little bit. And I think the market participants are starting to kind of say, well, look, the ultimate goal of this administration from the current market reading is that they want consumer sentiment to be as low as possible so that inflation comes down. And now that you're starting to see that data kind of come around, people are like, oh, well, look, they're on their way to achieving that goal. So next step is the Fed cutting rates, because eventually inflation is going to come down. So I think the market is trying to front run the rate cut, the expected rate cuts in the near future. I mean, if you think—
Hold on, Kris. Why was the market not trying to front run this yesterday? Like, why is this randomly happening today?
Because look at the data that just came out, right? I think
consumer sentiment.
Yeah. When consumer sentiment drops off that much, that means that the consumer is not spending as much. If consumer spending is not that much, inflation goes down. If inflation goes down, that gives the Fed room to cut. So, and the market looks at that and says, you know what? 6 months from now, this isn't going to be as like a big of an issue. And so I think, like I said, I think the market is, or the people that are participating in the market are just front running anticipated news. And so right now you're seeing a massive move upward.
Do you think these are algos trying to trap people back into feeling bullish at all?
I don't necessarily think so. I think this is just how the market is going to be for a little while, where it's going to be very data dependent. And as data comes out, it's going to run up. And as data comes out again, it's going to run down depending on what happens. So I honestly, the part that worries me about this, anytime that we've seen a rally like this, Trump has gone crazier with his tariffs and rhetoric and all this other stuff, and basically brought the market lower. Like the other day, it was like, oh, the market's up, I'm going to put tariffs on Europe. It was like, you dumbass. And now it's like, now everyone's like, oh, crap. And so this is, I try to understand the logic behind the Trump administration's moves, and to be frank, I wish they were more clear, but that's not going to happen. I think that's just Trump's strategy on how to deal with this. Like, I personally, every time I hear him say Canada should be the 51st state, like it literally like
Why do you think he knows Canada is not giving up their sovereignty? So what do you think is the real reason?
I don't know, dude, but it pisses me off every single time because, dude, I served with the Canadians. They are no pushovers. They're like good guys. They've always had our back in almost every freaking conflict. And so whenever I see him like constantly go after the Canadians, I'm like, bro, they're like literally our best friends, and you're stabbing them in the back, and it really hurt. I don't know, dude. Maybe I just have like a little bit too much personal connections to.
Let me float a theory to you that I heard. I don't know where I heard it from, but could there be an argument that Canada's having a right wing kind of make Canada great again movement that is starting to form, and a lot of the Canadians want to vote for a less less liberal regime, and so Trump's kind of stirring the pot and getting Canadians to think about what life would be like if they were in a more make Canada great again type of a society, and as a result, that could push them over the edge. Do you think he's trying to just get them to be more conservative?
No, but the impact is the opposite, actually, because what ends up happening is Trump is the representative of conservatism, right? So the last thing people want is someone like Trump, in which case people relate Pierre Poilievre, however you say his name, I'm sorry, to Trump and saying, look, if we elect another conservative, this is what we're going to get. You know, so I think actually he's helping the liberals. So, you know, and the liberals are like anti-Trump, and they've always been anti-Trump. So, like I said, it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, if the goal is ultimately, hey, I want to move Canada towards liberalism, then Trump is doing a great job. If the goal is to move to conservatism, he's actually doing a really poor job. You know, so even if you look at opinion polls, you're seeing that Pierre Poilievre was almost certain to win at one point, and now his chances are like declining.
Because you think the Canadians are looking at Trump as like the conservative representative, yeah, and they're rejecting that essentially.
Exactly. So I don't know. A lot of this thing with Trump. I mean, I understand it. Once you listen to Brad Gertzner, I really had a come to Jesus moment after listening to Brad Gertzner on one of the podcasts with on CNBC with Squawk Box, and he made a lot of sense. He said, "Look, ultimately the goal here is to get that deficit down because that deficit is out of control." I said, so when I look at it, I understand what the end game is. It's just the methods by which that end game is trying to be achieved is what I'm getting a little bit frustrated at, because you're basically playing with people's lives, you know, when you're dealing with things like this. Not to mention, you're also putting doubt into the minds of our allies that the U.S. is going to be there to back them up, and it's going to have ramifications not this year or next year, but literally 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years out. Like, here's an example. Portugal canceled their order for F-35s. Now, why is that important? Well, yeah, in the short term, Lockheed Martin doesn't get an order of some F-35s. Who gives a shit? Whatever. The problem is now the Portuguese are going to go, if they do go with another weapon system, that's literally 20 years of non-integration into a completely different weapons platform, whereas almost every other European country is using F-35s right now on top of Rafales and Gripens from Sweden. So it's one of those things that's just like.
But Kris, to push back, you voted for Trump, right? You voted for Make America Great. I mean, he ran on a campaign that said we are going to stop being the world's crybaby, and we're going to, you know, he ran on, we're going to isolate ourselves. So can we blame him for doing what he's doing?
No, I mean, I thought he was going to be more, you know, and that really is my fault. I thought he would be somewhat more diplomatic about how he goes about it. Like, you know, I thought him to be somebody who's more pragmatic than we're currently seeing. right? But I think this is one of those things that I think even Brad Gershon said it, like after being shot at and almost being killed, there's this level of, I don't know, like hubris that he's currently going through.
Right.
I mean, not to mention, I think he's like rounding 80, so he's a lot more like God put me on this earth to do X, and so he's trying to cement his legacy. But I don't know, maybe in the early parts of his legacy, he's willing to basically be the Paul Volcker that Jerome Powell hasn't been. Even though Paul Volcker is Jerome Powell's best, favorite Fed chair, Trump in reality is literally standing in front of all of this criticism and saying, no, F that. I know what's right. I'm going to do what's right.
Well, okay. So how do you balance this? Because Trump is saying we need to spend less money on other countries. You partly voted for him because you thought he would attack that agenda, but you're not liking how aggressive he is. You thought he would be more diplomatic, but you also agree there's a deficit, and part of that deficit comes from us spending a shit ton on other countries. So how does he reduce the deficit and reduce the foreign aid that we're giving, but not isolate Europe completely? Like, how do you navigate that without being the way he's being?
Well, first and foremost, in my opinion, the goal is, if you want the deficit to come down, you got to get interest rates to come down. And a lot of that means is making sure that people have confidence in buying US treasuries. What he's doing right now does not put a lot of confidence in people buying treasuries in the future.
Yeah.
Right. So that was one of the equations that happened in my brain, which was, look, this guy is going to be pro growth. And if you want pro growth, you need lower interest rates, right? The lower interest rates go, easier it is for capital markets to borrow money. And if this goal of privatization is real, which typically is a Republican platform anyway, then that's what you're going to go with. It's just the method by which he's like, you know what, I'm gonna just basically trash everybody.
Do you think that's the worst method to do?
I think in the short term he'll accomplish some policy goals, but long term there's a lot of damage that's happening because people are no longer in this mode of, hey, the US is going to be that strong counterpoint to China and Russia and all these other countries.
Do you really think people feel the US is not going to stand up to Russia, etc., because of this?
Not unless you pay them. Apparently, that's how people feel. Trump has come out and said, no, either you pay or we're not going to defend you. And I understand the logic behind it, but like I said, a lot of this stuff has to be done behind closed doors. Doing it publicly, and then at the same time, now you're almost forcing these countries to respond in a way that, I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem healthy. But then again, like I said, this guy's the president. He's got a grand scheme that we don't know, and maybe this is like some 5D chess art of the deal kind of thing. But as far as I can see from the surface, it's like, yeah, you'll get your mission accomplished in the short term, but literally the next 3 or 4 presidents are going to have to basically work to repair a relationship which didn't have to be in the gutter.
Would you buy into the strength that we're seeing today, or you don't trust it?
I think you have to be very selective on what you're going to buy, and basically just, give the market time to basically stabilize. Look for more key data points that pretty much say that we're going to go to the next level of move higher. And I think that's going to come on the back of the Fed starting to actually cut. Until then, I think the markets are going to remain choppy, and that moments like this are probably worth, I wouldn't buy today. Today is not a day you want to buy. The day that you buy is when everything is cherry red and everything is sold off indiscriminately. That's when you get the best deal. And then if you want, you can actually play this market and play this volatility a little bit, by selling covered calls against some positions that have risen really a strong rise, and then basically buy those covered calls back. I know I hate doing the wheeling strategy, but literally this is the wheelers best scenario. where you just have so much vol going up and down, up and down. You're basically, anytime the market is down randomly so much, you buy some stocks. Anytime it goes up, you sell covered calls against it. And then when it comes back down, you buy back those covered calls, and you just keep playing that up and down motion. And there's a good chance you'll make a good amount of money from it.
How many months do you think more of this tariff volatility? I think 3 months max. You think it goes longer, or you think we get a deal?
I think the end of June is like make it or break it for the Trump admin when it comes to this strategy, because after that you're risking damaging the Republican ticket for the midterms, and that's going to be a problem. Now, and even though midterms are about a year and a half away, what ends up happening is that recovery period is going to take at least 6 months to a year, and the wounds are still going to be fresh on people's brains from all of the stuff that's happening. So it's going to be much harder for the economy to get back into alignment, and basically, not let the Republicans take the blame for it. So I think if I were just, trying to assume in game theory this out, I'd say June or the end of June would be a good hard line. And I think the impact of Doge and all this other stuff is going to be a lot more visible by that time. So I think the markets are going to recognize that and say, look, inflation has come down. It's gotten to the targets that we needed to get it down to. And now with the Powell starting to cut, and then hopefully that cut is continuous, what you might see is the market rallying all the way into December and probably all the way through 26. And what ends up happening now is that Trump looks like a stud going into the midterms, and basically the Republicans are able to maintain their majorities in the House and the Senate. The last thing Trump wants is Democrats controlling either the Senate or the House, because if that ends up happening, God help us, because it's going to be another 2 years worth of Russia, impeachment. Oh, look, he jaywalked. We need to impeach him. So yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, I was saying the budget bill that's getting passed. That's good, right?
Yes and no. I'd say I like that they're basically being a little bit more pro-growth, but I think with such high levels of deficits, I'm not so sure that you want to do all this additional spending with like tax on tips and tax on Social Security at the moment, even though they're noble goals. I don't think that adding to our deficit is a great idea.
Would you agree with Doug? It's Biden's budget, but just extended.
I mean, supposedly there's probably going to be caveats in there. Well, technically, no. I mean, this CR bill is definitely Biden's thing that there's just being extended. So that's not up for debate. The real thing is that 2017, tax cut. They're trying to make it more permanent right now and trying to extend it out. The problem is, by extending it out, you're also likely adding a whole bunch of new debt going forward. Now, the goal of the Trump administration is, well, we're just going to grow ourselves out of that debt problem. So even if we add $4 trillion in debt, over the course of the next X many years, our growth rate is going to be, elevated. And if our growth rate is elevated from all this private sector spending, then it nets out to be okay. Right. Now, I think the only way that happens is if interest rates, and I did this calculation back of the envelope, is if we get the federal funds rate right now below 2%. Like, there's no way that you can control the current debt, the current deficit, and still be at like 3-4% on the federal funds rate. So I think as time goes on and the federal funds rate comes down and closer to that 2% target, in my opinion, it's probably 2%, which is the neutral rate that they're going for. That's the most likely, in my opinion, where we're gonna end up seeing the max impact. And we could even, and I'm hoping that we actually get there. We could eventually end up in ZIRP, zero interest rate policy again.
If that happens, Anduril's going public. All of them are going public immediately.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why ZERP, believe it or not, is even remotely on the table, in my opinion, is mainly because of demographics. People don't realize that we're headed for population like implosion a little bit right now, right? So you have all these baby boomers that are retiring. You've got not really much net immigration for like this year, next year, the year after that, and the year after that, because of the Trump administration not really like uh, keeping immigration levels at the same level as Biden. One of the major problems that I thought with the Biden administration is that he basically let almost 4 to 5 million people into the country, right? But then what happens is the country now has to basically adjust by spending so much money to develop infrastructure to support these people, assimilate 4 to 5 million people, right? And that's why you saw the US's like growth rate, like population growth rate, recover to like 1%. Had Biden not done that, I don't think we would have had the inflation because the government would have had to spend all this excess money just to support these people. And at the same time, these people are committing, are going to be competing for goods and services, which also raises inflation again. So I think with the Trump administration, by controlling the border and our natural, basically decline in birth rates and fertility, we're looking at a disinflation and possibly a deflationary scenario long term. And if you watch the interview with what's his name, with Larry Fink from BlackRock, he actually described this. He said, "Look, in the short term, we could see some elevated levels of inflation, but eventually we're going to get into deflation." He just plain out and said it, which
So,
I think is the truth.
Do you agree with the thesis that the bull market of 23 and 24 was literally only because Biden spent a shit ton of money?
That's not necessarily true. I think what it is we were meant to go up. We just weren't meant to have 20% year over year growth. That is juiced up. So had the market gone, I think the market would have gone up 10-15% anyway. But I think it was extended out further because of because of Biden, like Biden spending. And I think some of the growth is likely the growing pains are likely to basically come out this year. So now what ends up happening is, imagine right now you have 1 year 20, another year 20, and then another year 0, right? Or 5. What ends up happening is, on a 3-year rolling basis, now that your growth rate is going to basically come down significantly, but it's going to even out to what it's supposed to be, which is about 7 to 10% per year.
Yeah.
So I think this year we just have to,
survive.
Well, survive. Yeah, survive. And also,
like what's the probability we get 20% in 2025? Like, scale of 1 to 10, how likely?
I mean, year over year, like, if you're telling me like 20% from here, it's definitely possible because we're already down, like if you look at the NASDAQ, down almost 15, right? So yeah, I think
that would be 660, Chris. 660, 6,600.
Yeah, I mean that's possible, right? But if you look at because what did we start with when the year started?
61, I think, roundabout.
Right. So what would be that? That would be what, like a little bit less than 9% growth.
Yeah, I mean, if we started from if we take the January 1st, we would have to get to 7,000. If we take these levels, we have to get to 6,500 roundabout.
Right. So
it is more doable. It is more doable.
I think it's more doable. The only thing is, it's gonna be difficult to get there, unless, like I said, unless Powell has to do some major rate cutting like right away, and a lot of that steroids from like basically rate cuts boosts up the markets by a significant amount, then yeah, we could see a giant rally. But I don't think that's a good idea, because then you'll be inviting inflation to come back too. So I think this is where Powell is going to have to keep his stance somewhat at an even keel, where he don't overdo it. That 50 basis cut in September was a bad move, because then what happened was the market reacted like a little bit too much, and then we ended up getting a little bit of like recovery in inflation again. So I think what it is you want to cut, but you don't want to cut too much. And you better have the data that supports further rate cutting and not just go willy-nilly. And especially don't do like monster cuts, because if you do a monster cut, it's gonna basically bring that inflation genie back to life again. So,
Kris, how much do you think you need to make in salary to be considered rich in America?
I mean, it really depends on which part of the country you live in.
Let's say you're single and you live in let's just say Georgia.
So the median income here, and it depend even in Georgia, like it depends on which part of Georgia. So if you're living in Atlanta, I'd say about it used to be like 100,000 to 150,000. You'd be pretty rich. But dude, even houses around here and like just the standard of living, like there's
What's your number? What's your gut feeling you need to be rich if you're single in Georgia?
Single, probably 300,000 to 400,000.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That gives you.
And if you have a family of 4, you're probably looking at what, 700-800?
Yeah, you're probably looking at between 5 and 750-ish. But the truth is, it really depends on your expenses. Like, I know a bunch of people right now, like in Georgia, and this is not just Georgia. This goes across the country. If you own your own property, you are actually have this giant leg up compared to a lot of people. And let me explain. Imagine right now you lived like yourself, right? Imagine you had an apartment in New York City, like a condo fully paid off. That's like, let's say, a $1.5 million condo, right?
Yeah.
Even if you only made $110,000, you would be richer than the guy who makes $300,000. Why? Because he has to pay a giant mortgage and all this other stuff to afford that $1.5 million condo, right? Basically, New York City is going to tax him. New York State is going to tax him. The federal government's going to tax him. And then whatever's left after that, he's going to have to use towards a mortgage and everything else. Imagine instead someone has basically a paid off home. They don't have to basically spend as much money. More of their income can actually go to their disposable side. And so their quality of life is way better. So like there's a bunch of people in the country right now who are basically sitting on, let's say, a 2% mortgage, and basically they're not paying that much in mortgage, but someone who's new that's coming in and they have to pay, let's say, 6.5%, 7% on the same home that this other guy bought, you know, their quality of life is going to be materially different because their monthly expenditures are going to be vastly different as well.
So the reason I ask is because where do you think Howard Lutnick got this assumption that if you make less than 150K, the administration doesn't want you to pay taxes? Because making 150, you still have enough disposable income, in my opinion, to pay some taxes. Like, where did they get this arbitrary number from, in your opinion?
I don't know. Honestly, here's the thing. It really depends on where you live, what that number should be, honestly, if that's what you want to go with, because it's sort of like, it's hard to say, man.
Dude, when I saw the clip, I was just like, I don't get where this came. It's like, it felt like a random talking point that they just brought up out of nowhere. That,
they bring up a lot of random talking points, but the truth is, and this is, if you even look at the data, if you make less than 60,000, you're barely paying any federal income taxes.
Right.
All right. Unless you're completely single, you have like no deductions at all. If you're making 60,000, and if you look at the standard deduction, you're going to pay something in taxes, and you're definitely going to pay payroll taxes, but it's not a significant amount. Versus someone who's probably making, let's say, like I said, even the guy that's making 100, like right now, like in New York City, I've made 150,000, but between New York State, federal, and city taxes, I usually paid about 40% of my income towards taxes.
Yeah.
Right now, why is that important? Well, once again, I told you, like, I lived in New York City and I paid the New York City tax also, which is literally living in one of the most expensive cities on the planet. So that 150,000, seems like, okay, I'm just basically, doing like middle class shit, versus 150,000, let's say Arkansas, you're living like a king. And then if you're not paying any taxes, bro, you're gonna be golden.
Yeah, it obviously depends on the cost of living. So that's why I was confused why he just randomly threw out that number. But I agree. I think if you're single, rich is 300K. 150K is comfortable though. It's not like you're, even with rent and like expenses, you're still comfortable. And then if family of 4, I think, closing in on $500,000, it's not bad, right? And if you're at 80,000, which is the average, then you're not necessarily comfortable, but you're at least getting by. So it was just interesting.
With all the deductions that are out there, if you're making like 80, the ideal scenario for any like basically family is you and your wife combined make $100,000. You have a fully paid off house and you got a couple of kids. That is like the ideal American scenario. And you live in like a tier 1, a tier 2 or a tier 3 city, right? So not like you're not living in New York City or Los Angeles where the cost of living is just sky high. You're living more like in a moderate city, like let's say Cincinnati, right?
Yeah.
Where you're making 100K, Cincinnati with 2 kids, you can live a very comfortable life, especially if you have a paid off mortgage. Because I'm telling you, like so much people's money goes towards shelter that it's nuts, dude. Right now, well, that's one of the things that, believe it or not, it's actually a pretty big systemic risk that we could see in the future. I don't know if you saw this, but right now, according to the FHA, people are at 61% of debt to income ratio of borrowers on FHA, which is absolutely insane, dude. Insane. That's higher than what it was in 2008. If you just type it into Google.
I got it. Yeah, let me pull up the chart. I got it right here. I got it. Yeah, that is pretty aggressive. Yeah, 64.4.
So that's something that could really cause a big problem. And the reason why it's gotten this bad and it hasn't shown up in the data yet. And I know, like, I don't know if people in the comment section know this or not. And, by all means, if I'm wrong, tell me. According to what I've been reading, some of the policies, the COVID era policies that the Biden administration had regarding how mortgages were treated, especially if you have FHA, where basically instead of like you going into default and foreclosure proceedings, what they would do is basically mortgage payment and tack it on to the original mortgage amount and put it towards the end of the mortgage, right? And basically they would just increase the debt on that person, and basically and literally it was like it just kept going. So there's some people out there right now that are like 7, 8, even a year in default, but they haven't been basically foreclosed on because it's like, oh, well, let's just keep extending this out, and basically giving people this grace period since COVID to catch up.
So you think that could fuck the whole economy by any chance? Or
I mean, if it gets bad enough, yeah. I mean, that's typically what happens. Every government program starts off with trying to help people, but in the end actually ends up hurting people. Like, look at student loans, okay? The idea behind student loans was, oh, let's help the students. Let's give them, let's guarantee loans, and that'll help people go to college. Yeah, now people went to college for like art history and all this other stuff.
I don't get why.
And also incentivize the colleges to keep ballooning tuition payments, right?
Why didn't they just make it a requirement that you can't major in art history if you're taking out a 6-figure loan every year? Like that's such a simple thing. Like, if you're borrowing money, why can't they say, hey, you got to, get a degree in finance?
Well, no one thinks about that when they're doing legislation, right? A lot of this stuff happens, like the idea is there, but no one realizes how stupid of an idea it was till after it's already happened, right? Like, here's an example. The government came out and said, hey, listen, we want to have housing ownership be the bedrock of the country. So we want to give low income people a chance to afford homes. So we're going to guarantee these mortgages. Well, who would have figured that all these people would have committed fraud and got these mortgages that they couldn't afford? And now you've got a housing bubble. The intent was good, but the end result was poor. Student loan, same thing. It was like, oh, we want more people to go to college. Okay, now the college is like, oh, the government's gonna basically pay these kids to go to school. Let's just keep jacking up the tuition, regardless of the art history thing. It's sad when you have to pay $50,000 a year just to get a degree. So it's not $50,000 a year to get a degree. You end up walking away with like 200,000 plus in student loans. I mean, dude.
No, look, I relate to this as well. Someone says, Amit, you are in a creative art career. You literally make videos. Art is important. I'm not denying art is important, and I'm very grateful to have a creative career. But most creative people are struggling artists, like I was for like 5-6 years, that couldn't monetize any of your creativity. It's really fucking hard to make a career or any level of monetization off of making videos or putting out music or whatever, right? So I would feel in a horrible situation if I took out $250,000 from the government to get a degree in music theory or communications or whatever, and then realize as soon as I get out of college, to succeed in the creative world, you have to work your ass off and like stream 7 hours a day, right? You have to actually be an entrepreneur, which means you need to have some business sense to your creativity, which most creative artists don't have the business sense to be able to succeed. But the idea that you take a 6-figure loan in a job field that doesn't guarantee a job, like some of the other fields that are much more industrial, like creative arts, is insanity, because most artists fail because it's hard to monetize your art.
Yeah. There's also a couple of other things that really throw things off. Like, is anyone here who's in the medical field, like, if you want to become a doctor, one of the things that you need before you become a doctor is a 4-year degree. Okay, it doesn't matter what it's in. So I have a bunch of friends who are doctors right now. You know what their bachelor's is in? Psychology, anthropology. Shit that they'll never need or use or whatever. And if you ask them, why did you choose that major? And it's like, oh, well, that was the easiest major so that my GPA looked good. And that when I applied to medical school, like I had a high. So like I know other people who have like a biochemistry degree, right? And they didn't get like a 4.0 GPA. They got like a 3 point something, but it's actually a useful degree,
right,
that you could actually translate into something. And so even like how the education system is, bro, about half of your college career, you're going to take classes that you're never going to ever use again.
I agree.
And I think that's the dumbest thing, because it's almost like you're paying for something that you're not going to use. Whereas I would rather have it so that in the first 2 years, if you want to, all you need to apply to medical school should be like an associate. It's like 2 years, and it should be in a field that's related to that specific, didactic or something. So, even the way that the colleges are set up, it's like, oh yeah, you have to go to school 8 years to become a doctor. Yeah, but out of those 8 years, 4 of them are complete garbage, where you're basically learning like, not things that are unrelated to you becoming a physician.
No, I 100% agree. And I think this is my take. If you get a degree in something creative, it's the stupidest thing ever. Because to actually be a creative, coming from someone who is engaging in a creative career, you have to work your ass off, and there's no rules. You have to figure out, how do I make a living off being creative? No fucking college degree is going to teach you how to be creative. And if you need a college degree to be creative, what type of creative are you? Like, if you need a structured 4-year degree to define your ability to go work and be a creative person, I don't really think you're that creative, because most creatives that I know, they go and figure it out. And then if you go into debt to do that, that's insanity. Versus at least getting a degree in biochemistry where somewhere it's going to be useful, right?
My wife, her bachelor's is in psychology. Okay. Then she became a pharmacist after that, where she went to pharmacy school for another 2 years. So, she ended up like, literally, it was like, so I asked her, I was like, how's that psychology degree like helping you become a better pharmacist? She's like, it's not. I just had to take these classes to get to the level that I needed to get to that next level. And it was like, dude, and the sad part is, because of that initial thing, she ended up taking a ton of student loans, and now she's riddled with student loan debt. Right. Yeah. And it's, by the way, right now, that's another thing. I don't know if people are on here. Like, one of the things that sucks is the income recertification right now is down for people on student loan payment plans. Right. I mean, the Trump administration is doing a lot of things in the background that I personally somewhat agree with, but they're doing it very haphazardly, and it's causing a lot of stress on people. Like, I don't know if you saw that. What's happening with that? I mean, you still have student loans, or you paid them off?
No, I have 5,500 left, so I've been paying 500 a month.
Yeah,
and I paid off a good chunk of them my senior year. I paid off 15,000 February 2020. Had I known that we were going to have this whole COVID thing and we would have no interest for 4 years, I wouldn't have done that. But yeah, that's why I don't have that much left. I only have about 5,500. But that 4-year period also delayed so much of people's like financial budgeting around their loans because people just thought it didn't exist anymore, and now people have to pay them back.
Yeah, I think like I'll tell you the story behind my wife right now, and this is something that I think a lot of people are going through, especially in the healthcare industry. You know, in order to become anything in the healthcare industry, you have to go to school for a good portion of time. You take on a lot of debt. My wife has been, you know, before I met her, she had taken on a ton of debt. You know,
like how much are we talking about? Like 200, 300?
200K, roughly 200K. And so she was working towards that. So she was paying every month for the last like it's almost like 9 years now. And the thing is, like, when she was paying under a plan called not save, it's called IDR or something, where basically they take a portion of your income and they say that this is the max that you'll pay towards it, and then you can work towards, you know, a repayment plan. Eventually she qualified for loan forgiveness. So as long as you work in a field like, you know, like a hospital or something that's for the public good, even a nonprofit that serves the public, you qualify. You have a certain number of payments. If you get to that certain number of payments, they'll forgive the balance of the loan. So what I did was I said to my wife, look, because I'm mad, we were married at this point, we're married. I said, look, I'm going to take some money, put it on the side, invest it. Okay. And if this PSLF thing doesn't work out, we'll pay your student loans instantly and just call it a day, clear everything out. We got to about 9 years and some change right now, and she's got literally less than 12 payments. And the federal government has changed to the Trump administration, and basically they've said, well, you know, we're not doing income recertification right now.
Huh?
Like so every year you have to certify what you make, so that this way they can adjust your payments, so that this way you can just make them. And basically now my wife's, you know, thing would be completely gone right now. In about a year, my wife's like student loans will be gone. The thing is, all those plans right now are currently being challenged in court and all this other stuff. And not a lot of people are getting loan forgiveness. So by next year, I'm going to have to make a decision like, okay, are we going to keep paying the federal government, you know, this amount of money, or are we just going to call it a day and say, here's your 200K, get out of my life, you know?
Dude,
but
why don't you just sell your carnival spreads and pay off her loan, bro?
No, because the thing is, it's like you said, like, why should we pay it off, right? And we've already paid for the last 10 freaking years.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you must have really loved her, bro. To marry her with 200K in debt, you must have fucking loved this woman, bro.
I did the math on my brain. I figured she was low maintenance. The one thing I love about my wife is that she's the type that, like, she doesn't spend a lot of money on like crazy shit that other people do. Like I know I have friends who can only buy like Chanel No. 5 and like
wait, there's multiple Chanels? What?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how all that shit works. I just know that there's a Chanel No. 5 and stuff like that. But the thing is, my wife is very, very like low maintenance. Her biggest expenses are usually Starbucks. Like that's like I'm not gonna live with that, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's way better than a Chanel No. 5. I don't even know what that means. But Kris, did you know what is a mocktail?
It's just a cocktail with no alcohol in it. How did you not know that?
Dude, I swear to God, I thought it was a little bit of alcohol in a mocktail. I thought that's the point, mocking the cocktail with a little bit of alcohol. I thought that's
no, dude. It just means that it's like a mojito, but you don't put any liquor.
I thought I was drinking yesterday.
What did you have?
A mocktail.
Yeah,
I asked for Shirley Temple. He said, no, I have a mocktail. And I hesitated for a little bit because I didn't want alcohol, but I was like, all right, you know what? Forget it. And then I thought,
bro, you Gen Z people, bro. You're disappointed. None of y'all drink. None of y'all get into fights at bars. Y'all don't. You guys haven't lived, man. Like
It's not really Gen Z. It's more me that doesn't drink. My generation. I drank a lot in college, but now
Well, I grew up at a time in my 20s. I was a degenerate, man. Like as grounded as I sound right now, in my 20s, I was wild, bro. I was dumb.
You want to tell everybody the bar fight story?
Bro, I have a lifetime ban at Joe's Crab Shack on the Riverwalk at San Antonio. Like, you know how fucked up you have to be to get I got fished out by San Antonio PD from the Riverwalk.
What did you do? Why were you upset at the guy?
Well, it wasn't a guy. Like, so basically, if you get stationed in San Antonio, at Fort Sam, the place that you go to, like, to basically spend your weekends and just to have fun is the Riverwalk, right? And everyone used to go to this bar called Mad Dogs, and then there's different restaurants around there. There's a Joe's Crab Shack, and so there was a whole bunch of, like, we were chilling, like me and my friends, and there was these Marines that were there, and basically he started saying some shit to us. I mean, when you're 20s, even an offhand colored joke seems like the biggest deal in the world that you need to fight over. So they said that U.S. Army stands for, Army stands for ain't ready for Marines yet, right? And then we said that USMC, which is the Marine Corps, it's like you signed a motherfucking contract, or my ass rides in Navy equipment, and basically made fun of them. And so they kind of started beefing with us, and we beefed with them. And eventually we got into a fight, and then San Antonio PD came, and then the bar, like the manager's like, none of y'all are allowed to ever come back here again. And if I hear, I'm going to report you to your fucking, like, what is that thing called? Leadership over at.
Dude, no, when I come to Texas, we're going back to Mad Dogs.
Yeah, sure, man.
Because they're not going to remember. That was like 15 years ago. So.
No, it's fine. Mad Dogs is chill. I just got, like I said, it's Joe's Crab Shack, but I don't think they'll remember. Like, they're gonna have some fucking database, like, oh, Chris Patel from fucking 2009, never allow him again. Like, I think he just said it's a lifetime ban, but like database, like they got some kind of updated database of lifetime offenders.
Do you still drink now or no?
No, not that much. Not that much.
Okay.
I was the type of guy that you could peer pressure me into drinking, like, very easily. But I've never been one that just drank offhand. Like, there's no, like, I need to drink to numb away the pain. For me, it was like the guy who drank socially but took it too far. That's pretty much where I was.
Yeah, I don't drink that much either.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm a social drinker. I will drink, like, the occasional beer here and there, but alcohol is not something that, like, makes me, like, I wake up in the morning, I'm like, man, I need a drink, or I'm having a stressful time and I need a drink. Like, I think the way
how do you resolve your stress then?
I jerk off. It's the truth. What do you want me to say? Like, man, I'm stressed out. You know what? Beat one off. Talk to the wife. Be like, listen, I had a bad day. This is gonna be one of those days, and just hey, look, it's the truth.
Well, this is why they love you. This is why people love you, right? This is why. This is just honesty. So, I mean,
I'm telling you, if you ever look,
we don't got to go into. We don't got to keep going into it.
How do you manage your stress? How do you manage your anxiety?
I go to Twitter.
And do what? That shit makes me more anxious, bro.
Dude, I don't know if you heard me when I was on the stream, but my Lyft dude, his fucking app wasn't working, so he took my phone to use the directions, and I didn't have my phone for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and I was losing I was like a junkie, bro. I was losing my shit, bro.
That's a problem, man.
I needed Twitter, and it's not like I'm obsessed with Twitter. I'm just obsessed with information, and Twitter is where all the information is. I constantly need to fucking get updated with it, and so.
Yeah. I mean, there's also other things too, like outside of jerking off, even though that was probably the hyperbolic statement of the day. I said it to make, just to have fun with everyone.
No, you were serious. It's okay. Own it. You were serious. That's fine.
No, I mean, I'm funny. Serious about it. No one's like, oh my God, my day is bad. You know what? It's time to pull up a freaking Latina gangbang. No one's like, I tend to, I will try to play video games once in a while. So if you're on my Discord, you'll know, like, you'll see me once in a while, like, get on, like, Warhammer. I like listening to Warhammer lore.
Wait, you still play video games?
like once in a while. I've been trying to get back into it.
Like on what, PS5 or
No, on my computer on PC. And the reason why is it's mainly because I tell my wife this all the time. Like, I need a way to turn off my brain, and I can't. Like yesterday, I was on the shitter, and literally, I'm going through in my brain what the current price of natural gas is, and like what the like the Henry Hub price is like $4, then the European like TTF is like $12. So there's like an $8 spread in between, and Venture Global charges $2 for liquefaction.
Wait, this is what you're thinking when you're taking a shit yesterday,
dude. And I was saying it out loud, and my wife's like, "Are you talking to yourself again?" Like while you're taking a shit, and I'm like, I can count better in my brain when I'm saying it out loud. So I'm like doing all the math in my head, and then I'm like the CEO and the co-CEO just bought a whole bunch of shares, and then they bought a whole bunch yesterday and the day before that. So it's like 3 days they've been buying. And then I'm looking at like the average cost of Russian natural gas into Europe, what that could be like in the future if the Europeans end up buying it. I ended up researching like Russian pipelines that were just completed to China, because China now is the largest buyer of Russian natural gas, and what that means for future LNG demand in the Asia region, and what JKM.
This is called being obsessed, and that's good, right? That's how you get rich. I agree. I did the same thing with Grab for the past couple months, and then I developed my thesis and I bought as much as I could, right? Like, you just get obsessed at some point.
Dude, I'm telling you, it goes beyond obsessed sometimes, because then it ends up like literally all I've been doing for the last like 3 days is just checking my numbers, double checking them, triple checking them. Like you can ask me pretty much everything about Venture Global's balance sheet, cash flows, like what one of their strategies is going to be going forward. Like in my opinion, you look at Venture Global, dude, they're going to do share buybacks this year. Like especially at the current value of the stock right now, bro. It's
But do you think that's a way to resolve stress? Is just like do more due diligence?
Nah, it's worse, dude. Yes, it helps. But overall, it actually can make you kind of sick too. Like when things are going opposite of what your target is, it's like where am I getting this wrong? Where am I getting this wrong? And basically, you're basically questioning your entire investment thesis as things are not aligning in the direction that you need them to align into. So I'd say I envy the person. Like I envy my brother-in-law. He basically does not invest. He doesn't do anything. He just basically chills. And so he has no interest in investing other than probably just like, I don't know. I don't even think he invests any money at all. He just lives his life day to day. Like, and he's happy.
Yeah, we are a unique breed of people, dude, because a lot of people, they just enjoy their life, and all of us are obsessed with every syllable of JPAL. And it's like, it's not healthy, but it also is healthy, because that's why we have.
How's Venture Global doing today? Take a look.
I think it's up 5%. Is it? It should be bouncing. It's up 7%. There you go.
Okay, so
yeah. These fucking candlesticks, bro, they run our lives. Like,
yeah. And it's any given time, news can come out and basically, screw your thesis up, or like you think, I don't know.
Well, that's why this Trump thing is so crazy for everybody, because all of us think the day is going to be good, and then it turns bad, then it turns good, then it turns bad, then it turns good, and then you can't trust anything. And I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you deal with it. This is the volatility that we signed up for. So if you don't want volatility and you just want up and to the right, just buy some freaking bonds and call it a day, so.
Yeah. All right, Kris, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for your thoughts on putting Kris.
Yeah. How was meeting the Karp and the Palantir folk?
Yeah, it was awesome, dude. AIPCon, always super cool. Karp was super awesome. Got to talk to him privately a couple times, and yeah, he's still really excited to keep building this company and take it to the next level. And I think the question now is just going to be, obviously valuations up there, so they have to keep showing the growth to continuously justify the multiple they're getting. I mean, it's holding up. I think you would have to agree, it's holding up pretty damn well.
Yeah.
It is volatility. Like holding 70 times price of sales, even with everything collapsing, I think is pretty good. So
Karp's doing a good job selling the stock for sure, dude. You know, I'm personally still not there, so I'm like, look, man, I'll wait until the valuation gets to something that I'm more comfortable with. But once again, that's something that I could probably miss out on also. But I don't mind it. There's other places where I feel a little bit better investing in. Are you going to that like secret Robinhood thing?
Yeah, it's not a secret anymore. But
yeah,
I mean, I think it's called a secret of it. It's called the Lost City of Gold or some shit like that. Yeah, that's March 26th. So
where's that? In New York or is it in California?
SF.
Dude, you might as well move to San Francisco at this point because you're constantly going to these things.
But it's cold there, bro. Like it's annoying. I wish they were in LA. It's like San Francisco's not fun.
San Francisco's cold? What?
Yeah, bro. North California is fucking cold. Like
really?
Yes, dude. You've been here before, right? Have you been to Palo Alto?
I've never been to California.
Okay, so you never been to California. Okay, so when I do the LA meetup in September, you should come.
Yeah.
Me and Carlos could
hang out again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ahmed too. The other Ahmed, I think he's.
He's in Orange County. Yeah.
Yeah. So hang out and meet up. Yeah.
Look, so SF is not colder than Jersey, but it's still, dude. It's not California type of weather. It's still freaking cold. But yeah, when we do LA in September, and then we're definitely doing Vegas in October, I think, because it's my birthday. So I think we'll just do the Vegas meetup in October. So
that would actually be kind of fun again.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people that are ready to come to Vegas from across the country. So
yeah, we had a fun time. Like last time we went, we had a good time, man. We just stayed at that Airbnb, but it was very chill.
Yeah, it was really fun. All right, cool. So if you're still here and you want to attend a meetup, September, October, keep those months free. Vegas and LA will probably be doing it. And if you've never been to those parts of the country and you want to travel there, maybe the meetup can be an excuse for you guys to travel.
Yep.
All right, Kris, appreciate you. Chris's Twitter right here in the chat. I will talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Take care.
See ya. All right, guys, I should probably go catch my flight. I really hope I get another aisle that's open. Last time I got the aisle, I kind of don't want the aisle to be open because I want airline demand to be strong. But if airline demand is already fucked, then I'm like, all right, let me get the aisle then. Let me get the whole row open to me. So I hope that happens. I do have another window seat though, so I got lucky on the window seat. Now it's just a question of if I get the next 2 seats free. And the problem with the window seat, I don't know if some of you guys know this, but this is a true thing. If I have a window seat, I can't pee. Because if there's 2 people next to me, I don't want to be rude and ask them to move for me to pee. So I just don't pee on flights if I have the window seat. That's why I usually get the aisle, but this time I didn't have a choice. So for the sake of my bladder, I really hope there's not 2 people next to me because I'm too nice. It's not rude to have to pee. No, it is. It really is. It is. It is absolutely an inconvenience especially if they're older people, bro. Like, I remember one time I was sitting next to a grandma and a grandma and a grandpa. There's a couple. They were old, bro. They didn't feel like getting up. So I just, did what I had to do. And I made sure I waited. As soon as I got out the airport, oh my God, I ran to that bathroom. So yeah, I better have this aisle open so that I can actually pee. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm kidding. If I really, really have to go, like, I would probably make the move. But yeah, I've been doing a good job of just powering through it. So we'll see. We'll see if I get the whole row open. I'm kidding, by the way. It's not rude. Obviously, it's not rude. I did that like a year ago and I tweeted about it and I got so much backlash for it. But I actually was trying to be nice on the flight. I just didn't want to annoy the people there. And everyone was like, this is so stupid. This is the natural part of flying. I was like, no, you guys are rude, bro. That's the problem. You guys are all rude. Toronto meetup this year. Yes. We're not doing any meetups in March, bro, because this weekend's gone. Robinhood weekend is going to be gone. There's 1 weekend left. And that weekend I might be in Texas for work. Maybe. Still MIA on that. So Yeah, March is not going to have a meetup, but April, I'm thinking that Houston area in April is what we do. Or maybe April is Toronto and then May is Austin, Dallas, Houston. I think it's going to be like a string of those three. So we'll figure it out, but we're definitely doing a meetup in April. Just don't know exactly where. Yeah, dude, if we go to Canada, I'm going to have to pay tariffs, right? Any traveling to Canada is going to be tariffed. So I have to watch out for that. The options class is definitely not happening this weekend. Last weekend, it was Jason had some personal stuff. He had to take his wife to the hospital. This weekend, I'm getting home late tonight, dude. There's like no way I'll be able to do it tomorrow. But next Saturday, Jason and I should be completely free. So next Saturday, I think we should be good to go for 201. It will be worth it. We were talking about PowerPoints the other day. Like he was sending me all of his material. It'll be a good one. It'll be really good. I think people will enjoy it. In the meantime, look, if you really are a beginner, like myself, quite frankly, I would say I'm a little bit more advanced than beginner, but still I'm basically a beginner. I would just watch Options 101 again. Like I would literally watch the whole 3 hours again just to like reinforce it again one more time. And then 201 will happen next week. And 201, I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot of stuff just like you guys. That's why I want Jason to do it with me, because I don't think I'm advanced enough to teach 201. But I was looking through his PowerPoints the other day, and I think it'll be really good stuff. But next week we will do that. Gabriel said, Amit, I invite you to Tijuana. Is that how I say it? Tijuana? You guys should be proud of me. I'm saying that right? I didn't say Tijuana. It's Tijuana, right? Tijuana, Mexico. You have a few falls from here. I would love to come to Mexico. Last time I went to Mexico was like freaking, I don't know, bro. I think I went to Mexico. I don't know. I think it was in high school on a trip. So Mexico's been a while ago. Zoko, thank you for the link. There's the Options 101 link right there. But yeah, dude, I would love to come to Mexico. It'll be super fun. I don't know how many of you guys are in Mexico, but I would love to even come just for like a little vacation there. As long as Mexico has Wi-Fi, as long as anywhere I go on a quote unquote vacation has Wi-Fi. I think what I'm going to be doing more and more is not like vacations, but these, like what I'm doing with the meetup, right? These 1 week stays at different locations. So like Miami, I don't want to go there just for the weekend for the meetup. I want to go there for a week. And I wouldn't say that's a vacation because I'll still be working, but it's at least I get to explore the area and I get to set up meetings and meet a bunch of people. And so that's what I want to do in Texas, in Miami. Toronto, I don't know if I want to stay in Canada for a week, dude. I don't know if I need to stay in Canada for a week. I don't know if there's that much stuff to do for a week. I might end up becoming a communist after the next 7 days. I'm kidding. That's a joke. But no, I don't know if I need to stay in Toronto. But anywhere domestically in the US where like it makes sense from a business perspective. Like when I went to San Francisco 2 weeks ago, I had a ton of meetings that whole week, even with the podcast that I was there for. So it made like it was a productive week. So as long as I can make the weeks productive, that's where the traveling makes sense. What will be the closest meetup to Utah? It would be Vegas or Cali, because I don't think I'm doing Seattle. So Utah is not really on the West Coast, but it's like it's like a 2-hour flight from California, right? It's not crazy. Vegas it's right next to Vegas. Yeah, right next to Nevada. So yeah, I think Vegas would be the closest to Utah. So that would be the one we do. Yash says, thanks for having Everyday Live Market Open. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for showing up every single day. I know past couple of days we haven't been able to do the close. We're not going to be able to do the close today, but we'll be back on regular schedule on Monday. The good thing is I do think taking Tuesday off was good because I'm not sick anymore. A little bit of a sniffle, but not like shivering and like feeling like I have a fever. So I think it was good taking Tuesday off and just recovering. And I felt great yesterday. Yesterday was the day I needed to be on my game, and I felt great. Like I did not feel sick. I did not feel. Karp was, it's so funny. It's something I forgot to tell you guys. Karp was so. After Karp did his CNBC interview, we went for a walk, and then we walk up to the office, and he has this cough, right? He's like puffing his chest and stuff. He has like this cough, and we meet another person that comes up to us who's close with Karp, And he's like, are you going to be able to talk? Like, are you going to be able to do the keynote? And Karp legit for a second was like, I don't know, bro. Like he was really coughing hard. And then he looked at me. He was like, Amit, what should I talk about? I was like, he's like, what do you want me to talk about? I was like, talk about how you're crushing it in the US and Europe needs to get their shit together. He was like, all right, cool. I'll talk about that. And then he left and he got ready. And then when he gets on stage, he talked about Europe, but he talked about everything else. He fucking said, yeah, everyone's masturbating and they're self-pleasuring and all this stuff. It was hilarious, bro. And it was just so cool. Because on stage, like again, there was a little hesitation that he wasn't going to be able to talk for whatever reason he was having that cough. And then he gets on stage and he fucking crushes it. And he's just like, he turns into the personality that he is. And you know what? You know why I think he's able to crush it like this? I think he loves the spotlight. I really do, dude. I think he freaking loves having the stage and being able to talk, and not in like a narcissistic attention whore type of way. More so of just like, it was 20 years of no one gave a fuck about what he had to say. And now finally people care, right? And so that's why I think, again, he's so excited about retail. He wants to know what's going on with retail. He cares about individual investors because we actually listen to him. And he makes a joke so many times that no one at Palantir even listens to him, right? For 20 years, because he was always saying crazy shit and it ended up working after 20 years. But now that people are realizing he's right, and a lot of things that he talked about when it comes to software and PowerPoints and steak dinners, dude, the amount of customers I interviewed yesterday, it was at least 5 different customers that told me we're tired of steak dinners. And like they literally are, you'll see in the interviews, they're describing how companies would come up to them, software companies, to re-architect their entire IT infrastructure. And they would say, let's get a steak dinner to talk about it. And so when Karp talks about selling people steak dinners, he's so right about that. And you've got customers that are just fucking tired of it. And they're starting to realize it. I met one customer who works at TWG. He's the head of data and analytics. This guy was in the Marines for 30 years. And in 2010, he was one of the first people to even meet Palantir's Gotham product. And he's known Karp for a very long time. And he was just like, can you guys actually do what you say you're going to do? And Karp was like, yeah. And they put him on a pilot and it fucking worked. And he was just like, his mind was blown away. And then 10 years later, now he's at TWG and he brought Palantir in within the past 6 months and they've begun working on use cases. And it's just so cool because when Karp says our mission is to make our clients better, I think that was the best quote I got from him yesterday. The best quote was like, the number one rule we have in this company is to make sure that our products make you better, you being the customer. And he's like, we're not relying on popularity, we're relying on outputs. And if we don't deliver outputs, then we don't deserve to win. So I think he crushed it yesterday. It was super fun. AIPCon in general was awesome. It was great being there. And yeah, I think the trajectory of Palantir is continuing to be as we always thought it was. It was just right now we're dealing with tons of volatility in the macro, and we have to figure out how to navigate that over the coming months. Are we still green right now in the market? Are we still green? I don't know when Trump's going live, but he's signing executive orders. I don't know exactly when, but he was signing orders today. Yeah, we're still green. Palantir's up 7%. Robinhood's up 9%. Nvidia's up 5%. Bitcoin 3%. Amazon 2%. Tesla 3%. Dude, we have not. It's been a good 3 hours since the market opened. We're holding it. I mean, technically, this would be the time to start seeing a reversal if it was going to fade out. I think between now and the next hour, I guess we should be watching, and then 3 p.m. we got to see if they take it down. But I guess we're still seeing some green. Maybe this is green is because of options. I think it's just a rebound off yesterday's disgusting lows that we saw. I mean, S&P falling 10%. Remember, we usually bounce on the 200-day moving average. I know we're below the 200-day moving average, but we're not that below. Like another 3%, 2.5%, we'll be back at the 200-day. So this is when we're supposed to bounce. November 2023, we bounced at these levels. We had a couple of days of pain, and then 2024, was amazing. So SPY 561, yeah, another 2%. We're back at the 200-day, and if we can hold that 200-day, we don't necessarily have to go up, but we definitely don't have to fall to like 5,300 like some of the more bearish analysts are thinking is possible. Yeah, like QBTS, dude, a speculative quantum name up 40% today just shows you how green we are. Like, there's no way in hell this thing would be up 40% if we were going to give up all this green. And maybe by the end of the day it reverses, but it's hard. Even if they had a great earnings or a great catalyst, got price target upgrades, it's still incredibly speculative. And for that to move 40% in a day, outside of some massive short covering, that's a little bit more risk on than not. So I guess we're going to see over the coming months how this plays out. When are you heading to Dallas? Probably again in May. Dallas, Austin, and Houston all will happen at the same time. So most likely, whenever the date is announced, it'll happen at once. But yeah, probably not April, probably May. It'll be better weather, I think, in May as well. So that's likely when we'll do it. All right, cool. That's it. I should go get this flight before I miss it and get back to Jersey. And yeah, what are we doing over the weekend? Nothing. Saturday, I'm going to probably sleep. Sunday, nothing. Well, we have the future stream on Sunday, so we got that. And then Monday we're back to normal. So that's it. All right. I should get out of here too because I got to check out of this Airbnb. But that's it. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the love and support this week. Again, I do not take this for granted. It's an honor and privilege to be able to do this every single day. And things like AIPCon kind of just highlight how far the journey has come from 4 years ago to now. And I'm just incredibly, incredibly grateful for it. I'm happy to be used as a vessel for the retail community to get access to all this stuff behind the scenes. We got a lot of content coming up from all these interviews. I think you guys will really enjoy it. And yeah, it is a blessing every single time that we do this. And I want to make sure we keep doing it over the long term and just keep building it to be as big as it can get. Because right now we're in the midst of the grind. And I don't know what this whole media thing looks like 5 years from now, but I know right now it's just like, just keep working your ass off and see what can happen. Word of the day. We didn't do word of the day yet. Oh, I actually know this word, so I'm not going to say it wrong. If I didn't know this word, I would say it wrong, but I know this word. If I didn't know this word, I would say it wrong. Okay, word of the day outside of mocktail. I still can't believe a mocktail has no alcohol, bro. I was convinced I was drinking yesterday. I really thought there was alcohol. Quiche. I heard this word, I don't know how many years ago. So I know if I didn't know what this word was, I would be like quiche or some shit, but like it's quiche. Quiche. A savory pie filled with custard, cheese, and other ingredients. Makes sense because today is Pie Day. So makes sense that we have a pie. That's the word of the day. Dude, I don't know any other numbers after 3.14. There's some people that can recite like the next 100 digits. I'm like 3.14 and like, I don't know the rest of it. So for anyone who has the talent of knowing the next 150 numbers, congrats, because I suck at it. But all right, cool. That's it. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. We'll be back on Sunday for the future stream. We're not going to have Palantir Weekly tonight because I'm going to be getting home really late. Maybe we do Palantir Weekly on Saturday. Maybe. I'll ask them if they're free on Saturday because we haven't done it since in the past 2 weeks. So maybe we do it Saturday. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All right. Love you guys. Appreciate you. See you on the Sunday Futures stream. Bye, everybody. And hopefully we can hold on to this green towards the end of the day. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.